Chapter 694. The sky was gray, and the palace was dark. Not long after the sun rose above the horizon, it did not have time to spread its warm light over the land of the Qin kingdom. It had already been swallowed up by a dark cloud that had appeared out of nowhere. The red light immediately dimmed, and the sky grew darker. In the rear palace, serving girls who had woken up to wash in the morning began to boil water. The eunuchs who did chores began to sweep the dust off the ground with bamboo brooms taller than themselves. No one knew what was happening in the front of the royal palace. Like the common people, they repeated their missions and lives day after day. The nobles were no exception. Although the strange situation in Jingdo had faintly entered their ears, the matter was limited to a very limited number of people in the Qin kingdom. Thus, no one knew what had happened. At the gate of the garden, the important figures gazing at the royal study from afar were naturally one of the people who knew about this matter. However, their eyes were sunken and their expressions were solemn. They were as wooden as clay statues and did not react at all. Old Director Chun had been in the royal study for a long time, but there was still no movement. Because everyone was far away, they did not hear the emperor's rare, angry roar. Perhaps Yi Zhong and eunuch Yao had this kind of power, but they would not be stupid enough to gather their power and eavesdrop on the sounds in the royal study. As for those things, it would be better if they could hear as little as possible. Qin Pingping wanted to hear a reason and an explanation. Thus, he returned to Jingdo and sat coldly in the black wheelchair. Calmly, he looked at the master he had served for decades, the Qing emperor. He wanted to hear from his mouth exactly what had happened in the past. When a person was about to die, what they clung to was nothing more than the most infuriating and inexplicable mysteries of their lives. However, the Qing emperor did not reply. He only looked calmly at Qin Pingping. Ever since he heard Qin Pingping's words, he had maintained his standing posture. He looked at him coldly and mockingly for a long time. The sharp light in his eyes gradually turned into a faint mockery, as well as a great deal of confusion. The corners of his eyes narrowed slightly, like a lion watching a wandering spirit pass by its own kingdom, trying to pull up the branches of a solid tree in vain to announce something to itself. The Qing emperor smiled strangely. Tilting his head slightly, he pressed his lips together tightly. Looking at Qin Pingping, he said faintly, "It's actually because of this, because of this." The emperor did not understand. He looked at Qin Pingping as if he was looking at a monster. After a long silence, he shook his head and sighed speechlessly. Only now did he finally understand why this old black dog, who had followed him since he was young, would betray him and return to the capital to question him, even at the cost of his life. The Qing emperor knew very well how much his companions liked that woman. However, no matter what he thought, he would never have thought that Qin Pingping would feel a powerful desire for revenge and stand against him because of a woman who had died many years ago. He sat back on the soft couch and was silent for a long time with his hands on his knees. Qin Pingping's hands rested on the arms of the black wheelchair as he looked at him silently and coldly. He didn't say a word, only waiting for the answer. The Qing emperor's face was slightly pale. After a long time, he quietly said, "For her, you betrayed me?" The meaning contained in these words was disappointment and sorrow, as well as anger and irritation that came from the depths of his heart. "I just want to know why." Qin Pingping sighed and said, "In my life, I have never seen a woman like her again. No, I have never seen a person like her again. She descended into this mortal world like a fairy and did her best to change what she should change and save what she thought she should save. She helped you, saved me, saved the Qin kingdom, and made the world beautiful. Yet you destroyed her." There were no exclamation marks or anger in these words. There was only a wave of vicissitudes and sorrow. The Qing emperor was silent for a long time. His hands slowly rubbed against his knees. In this life, no one had ever asked him this question. More accurately, no one dared to ask him this question. Not many people knew about this question. However, those who knew about this question had all become wandering spirits in the yellow earth. None of his closest companions knew about this matter. "I didn't kill her." The Qing emperor narrowed his eyes. Facing the old dog in front of him, he originally didn't need to explain anything. For some reason, there was a glimmer of pain in the depths of his heart. A glimmer of pain that he had forcefully suppressed for over 20 years slowly seeped out and took over his body and mind. He wanted the most powerful man in the world to explain something. Perhaps he wanted to explain it to Chen Pingping. Perhaps he wanted to explain it to the yellow-clothed woman in the portrait in the little building in the rear palace. Perhaps the emperor only wanted to explain it to himself. I didn't kill her. The emperor's voice rose slightly. His tone became firmer and colder as he repeated it to Chen Pingping with narrowed eyes. You didn't kill her? The wrinkles at the corners of Chen Pingping's eyes were so deep that they almost covered his eyes. He raised his head tiredly and looked at the emperor. Using an extremely cold laugh, he asked, "Then, how did she die?" Don't talk about not returning from the Western expedition, don't talk about nobles rebelling, and don't talk about fate. Coincidentally, at that time, Fan Jian, Wu Zhu, Yi Zhong, everyone was not in Jingdou. Coincidentally, she had just given birth and was at her weakest. Chen Pingping's gaze was like two knives stabbing into the emperor's face. Coldly, he said, "Your Majesty rules the world with filial piety. It is best not to push all these crimes onto the Empress Dowager's body. That idiot Empress and her family have already carried the blame for you for 20 years. Do you want your own mother to continue carrying the blame? The Western expedition to the grasslands was your order. At the time, Fan Jian was only the treasurer of Taichung Temple and vice minister of the Ministry of Revenue. He was responsible for all military supplies. Why was he also moved by you to follow the army in the king's tent?" Chen Pingping's eyes narrowed tightly. Endless coldness seeped out from his sparse and old eyelashes. Based on our methods in the past, military supplies and logistics were always given to Fan Jian to handle. When the Iron Riders of the Qin Kingdom went on expeditions, he usually stayed in the capital to handle everything. Why did you insist on having Fan Jian follow you into the Western expedition? What are you afraid of? You're afraid that if Fan Jian stayed in the capital, the Tiger Guards he secretly trained would ruin Qin Ye's plans? A cold smile rose to the corners of Chen Pingping's lips. Yes, you're bringing up the old man of the Qin family again. Who would have thought that this veteran of 3 dynasties was the killer move you left in Jingdou? Yi Zhong, who was then the Jingdou garrison commander, was also urgently summoned to Dingzhou. All of Jingdou is under the Qin family's control. Even if the empress wants to rebel and break into Taiping courtyard, if Qin doesn't nod his head, who can do it? 3 years ago, when Jingdou rebelled and Qin jumped out, were you happy? You finally had a chance and an excuse to get rid of the only person who knew of your role in the Taiping courtyard murder case and silence him? Chen Pingping said coldly to the emperor. Of course, you disdained killing people to silence them. Even if the Qin family said anything, you wouldn't care. However, Fan Xian had grown up. You had no choice but to accept that your son with him was the most talented of all your children. The longer you spent time with him, the more you valued Fan Xian. You also didn't want him to know that his birth mother had died to your hands. So how could Qin not die? Chen Pingping's slightly sharp and raspy voice rang out endlessly in the royal study. The emperor didn't speak. He only listened coldly and calmly. Listening to each word, his expression became slightly strange. There seemed to be a faint sorrow, but there was also a faint relief. Let's go back to Taiping courtyard 22 years ago. Chen Pingping spoke in a bit of a rush. These words were probably the words and deductions this old cripple had secretly held back for decades. Now, he finally had the opportunity to say it all in one go in front of the emperor. He coughed loudly until 2 unhealthy patches of red rose on his face. After a long time, he finally calmed down and sighed. Let's talk about me. At the time, since you had already decided to act against Taiping courtyard, you would not allow me to remain in Jingdou. Thus, the entire defense line in the north suddenly became tense. Occasionally, there would be news that the country in the north was about to attack the south with full force. As the director of the Overwatch Council and the chief military strategist, and you were busy with the Western expedition, I could only go north on behalf of the Emperor and personally investigate the situation. Now that I think about it, to have the entire military system cooperate with this performance and even mobilize the power of a foreign country, other than your Majesty's will, who could do it? Qin Pingping narrowed his eyes and said, "However, I've always had a question in my heart. To be able to make the newly established Northern Qi court cooperate with the Emperor's intentions, could it be that you and Ku He are secretly colluding? Of course, Ku He is already dead. I have no one to ask." Qin Pingping shook his head. "I did not look for Ku He." At this point in Qin Pingping's accusation, the Qing Emperor finally opened his mouth coldly and said his first words. "I did not need to look for anyone, nor did I look for anyone." Qin Pingping looked at him with a pitiful and disdainful gaze. Finally, speaking of Wu Zhu, he was the person least likely to leave her side. Yet at the time, he left Jingdou. Without question, this is the thing I have been unable to understand the most these years. As long as Wu Zhu was at her side, no matter who in the world, it would probably be difficult to kill her. The Qing Emperor's brows jumped slightly, but he still maintained his silence. "Your Majesty, I've always been suspicious of you, and I've even been suspicious of Fan Jian. I still don't know which of my companions did this." The corners of Qin Pingping's lips fell. In a slow voice, he said, "It was not until many years later that Wu Zhu told me that he met a person in a small alley outside Fan Manor. He killed that person and was heavily injured himself. Only then did I understand one thing. There are too few people in this world who can injure Wu Zhu, other than the 4 great grandmasters," Qin Pingping said calmly. "Thus, I determined that another emissary from the temple has come to the world. Since the people from the temple could come at that time, then 22 years ago, they could also have come. You and I both know that only the people from the temple could make Wu Zhu so wary, to the point that he would leave her side and make sure the people from the temple did not get close to her. The assassination outside the Fan Manor by the people from the temple targeted Fan Xian, but the person they injured was Wu Zhu. That was because you always wanted to know where Wu Zhu was," Qin Pingping said. "The first time the people from the temple appeared, they targeted her, but the person they moved away was still Wu Zhu. Wu Zhu seemed to be a wall that only the temple could move and move." Qin Pingping suddenly smiled. Although it only happened twice, both times were too coincidental. They both appeared at times when you had a motive. "Your Majesty, I know you've always been afraid of Lao Wu." Qin Pingping's gaze became indifferent as he gazed calmly at the Qing Emperor. "Ever since Fan Xian entered the capital, you've always wanted to know Wu Zhu's true whereabouts. Fortunately, Fan Xian has always kept it from me, so you also don't know. Why are you so afraid of Lao Wu?" The corners of Qin Pingping's lips twitched as he smiled mockingly. "You're afraid that Lao Wu will find out about what happened back then and bring that metal rod to the royal palace to kill you? As the Emperor, are there still people you're afraid of?" The Emperor suddenly smiled and shook his head. "No, it is just that someone like Lao Wu should not exist in this world. He should return to where he came from. Perhaps you still don't know, but when Ji was in Danzhou, I asked Uncle Luyan to visit Lao Wu once. As long as Lao Wu had not completely woken up, he was of no threat to me. This is what you've always thought. A monster like a great grandmaster should not exist in this world," Qin Pingping said coldly. "That is why I'm curious. Why are you still alive? Why don't you just kill yourself?" These words were very vicious, but the Emperor's expression did not tremble at all. Perhaps those emotions were brewing in his heart, but they still did not explode. Qin Pingping did not show any fear. He continued to speak coldly. "Back then, you moved away all of our people and provoked that idiot Empress to go crazy. Then, you had Qin Yi watch and control from the side. That was how the murder in Taiping Courtyard happened. Although it looked simple, it was actually incomparably difficult. If one of the links had gone wrong, perhaps she would still not have died. A simple and powerful plan without any flaws. In this world, probably only you, your Majesty, can weave it." Qin Pingping gently stroked the smooth armrest of the wheelchair and sighed. "Particularly regarding the matter of the people from the temple, I still do not understand why the temple would act according to your plan. Perhaps it was because your goal was always the same. You all wanted her, a person who stood proudly in the world, to be silently wiped out. Qin Pingping looked at the Qing Emperor mockingly. The Qing Emperor was silent for a long time and did not refute this reasoning. He only smiled warmly and said, "You old dog, you've spent your entire life thinking about how to harm people. It is not difficult to think clearly about these things. I just never thought you would keep this matter on your mind." "However," he said with a heavier tone, "I did not kill her." "Yes, we did not kill her." Qin Pingping smiled strangely. "Of course, our great emperor would not personally kill the woman who gave the Qing kingdom a new lease of life. Of course, you would not kill the benefactor who helped the Leaf family sit on the throne. Of course, you would not kill the woman you love the most. Of course, you would not kill your son's birth mother. Blood is difficult to wash away. Of course, you would not let blood flow onto your own hands." Qin Pingping's brows were furrowed tightly. His voice forced out from the depths of his chest with a threatening coldness. "Your hands are still pure white. You will always be incomparably bright and correct. The ones with blood on your hands are only those stupid or ruthless people under the throne. We avenged her and wiped out all of the stubborn nobles in the Qing kingdom." How much blood was shed in Jingdo that night? That night, all of the Empress and Empress Dowager's family were killed. Did you smile happily? Qin Pingping asked faintly. All of the light poured into your body. All of the darkness and shamelessness returned to your officials and family. There is nothing more beautiful in the world. Of course, you didn't kill her. Qin Pingping pressed his lips together. As he coughed softly, he slowly said, "Because you have never moved a finger. Especially after the death of the Qin family. No one in the world knows what happened in the darkness back then. No one has evidence to say that your majesty personally controlled the Taiping courtyard murder case." However, the old cripple in the black wheelchair shook his head with slight mockery. "You will never be able to convince yourself or me. You will also not be able to change this reality. 22 years ago, you personally killed her. You killed a lonely woman who had just given birth to your son and was at the weakest moment of her life. The most despicable and shameless thing in the world is nothing more than this." After Qin Pingping said the last sentence, his whole body seemed to be exhausted. He leaned against the black wheelchair and slowly closed his eyes. The emperor also slowly closed his eyes. His usually calm face appeared slightly pale. After a long silence, he quietly said, "Correct, I killed her." After that, he opened his eyes, and they were filled with calmness and solemnity as he said, "So what?" After writing the last 4 words, I suddenly felt very cold. I don't know if it's because of the attack of the cold wave. Writing to this point, I won't write today, even if you beat me to death. Recently, I've been writing about emotions, so I have to control the emotions and plot within a certain rhythm. The last conversation between the emperor and Qin Pingping in the royal study was a very important process. I have to write carefully. I won't jump scenes like Dong Mountain. Some readers are worried and smile and say, "Don't worry, I have to finish this before it's Fan Xian's turn." I will let everyone know that starting tomorrow, I will still update every day. However, I don't want to make the update time so fixed. This way, I can write more freely. I don't want to always feel rushed at 5 or 6 in the afternoon. I'm afraid the more I write, the rougher it becomes. Chapter 695. So what? It was just 4 words. However, after they came from the emperor's thin and emotionless lips, it seemed to add layer after layer of frost to the royal study. A boundless and endless coldness appeared out of nowhere and froze all of the glass windows, mahogany tables, and green potted plants in the room. It was as if there was a white frost invisible to the naked eye spreading across these things, and then spreading out, enveloping the entire cold royal palace, and turning the cold into ice. The coldness even pierced into the sky, attacking the balls of gray clouds in the distant eastern horizon. The cloud was like a frightened little animal. Stimulated by this chill, its entire body rapidly shrunk and shivered. Its color gradually darkened, and it had no choice but to squeeze out some of the moisture that was deeply hidden in the clouds. The wetness condensed into water and rain, slowly falling from the sky. In the gray Jingdo and royal palace, everyone who had already woken narrowed their eyes and looked at the cloud in the sky. Only now did they know that the first rain of early autumn had finally fallen. The weather was about to turn cold. However, the coldness on the Qing Emperor's body did not oppress the heavens and the earth. There was not a single gap. The color of his thin lips was not very pretty, but there was still a sliver of leeway in his heart. Chun Pingping sat in his wheelchair and looked calmly at the master he had served for decades, waiting for his next words. If the Qing Emperor had never felt a sliver of guilt for what happened in the past, if there was not a sliver of hidden pain in the depths of his heart, and if his heartless nature was truly at its extreme, then he would be the person with the least flaws in the world. Regardless of who stood in front of this emperor, they would involuntarily feel a sense of submission and retreat in defeat. They would not look at him coldly like Chun Pingping. The corners of Chun Pingping's eyes drooped. If the emperor's heart was truly as cold as thousand-year-old ice, then why did he need to say those words? Although they were the coldest words, they were still words. The emperor did not accept that in Chun Pingping's heart, he could not compare to Yi Qingmei. That was why he was truly angry. For you, Yi Qingmei is still not passerby. Chun Pingping sighed faintly. His eyes flashed past the emperor's shoulder and looked at the wall behind the royal study. It was as if he wanted to look through the wall until he saw a certain portrait. His Majesty smiled. His smile was light, cold, self-deprecating, painful, and complicated. After a long silence, he said, "I don't want to talk about the past." "Why not?" Chun Pingping narrowed his eyes and looked at him. "Do you feel that she is too dazzling and has completely overshadowed your Majesty's pride? So you have always felt uncomfortable in your heart?" The emperor smiled mockingly and did not explain anything. He only said, "Xiao Yezi has never been someone who likes to show his face in public. So you also know." Chun Pingping cackled. There was a trace of resentment in his hoarse voice. "What on earth can't you tolerate?" "I can't tolerate it," or "this world can't tolerate it." The emperor slowly raised his head and looked straight into Chun Pingping's eyes. Coldly and solemnly, he said, "Perhaps you people have never thought of this question." His cold voice came to an abrupt end. It was clear that the Qing Emperor did not want to talk about anything related to the past. Even when faced with a companion who had accompanied him for decades, even in such a situation, he still valiantly held onto the piece of underworld in his heart and did not want to touch it. However, Chun Pingping had returned to the capital to meet his death in order to tear open the veil that had isolated this middle-aged man for thousands of years in this seemingly undefeatable man's heart. He wanted to reveal the wound that might exist in his heart. Only then could he weaken him. Chun Pingping stared into the Qing Emperor's eyes and said, "Was it the Empress Dowager's great displeasure, the powerful backlash of the nobility, or your pride that made you make such a cold-blooded and heartless decision?" The Qing Emperor's face was indifferent. He did not answer his question, but his eyes gradually grew empty. Their focus drifted somewhere. Coldly, he changed the topic. "Then, what made you make such a treasonous decision? You are a eunuch. Do you like women?" "A eunuch?" Chun Pingping slowly lowered his eyelids. "I said earlier that I would be good to whoever was good to me. I have always remembered her kindness to me. Her death was tragic. Presumably, it was also puzzling. I have waited these decades to ask you on her behalf. Did I not treat you well?" The Qing Emperor's gaze gently swept across Chun Pingping's old face. Faintly, he said, "I have bestowed upon you supreme glory. I have bestowed upon you a position that normal officials would never have. I have bestowed upon you trust. Yet, you have come to ask me because of a woman who has been dead for 20 years. Chun Pingping gazed at the emperor with a not-quite-there smile and suddenly said, "She treated me well like a friend. Your Majesty treated me well like a servant. How can they be the same?" The emperor waved his hand tiredly. He didn't want to talk about this question that had no answer. The encounters in one's life were always wondrous, particularly with the Qing kingdom's former companions. The entanglements between them probably could not be explained even if they talked for 3 days and 3 nights. Chen Pingping continued, I was only a eunuch in King Cheng's manor, but she never showed any disdain for me because of my crippled body. She treated me sincerely and as a friend. This is a treatment I have never enjoyed in my life. Not before her and not after her. He suddenly smiled slightly and said, Fortunately, Fan Xian is more like her. In the quiet royal study, Fan Xian's name was particularly ear-piercing. The emperor, who had maintained his coldness with a powerful state of mind, furrowed his brows slightly when he heard Fan Xian's name. I don't want to talk about what Xiao Yezi has done for the Qing kingdom, the Li royal family, and us. Chen Pingping sighed tiredly. There was no need to talk about the past. It was all stored in the hearts and minds of these companions. No one would purposely remember it, but no one would forget it. His voice was slightly sharp as he said, Yes, when you first ascended to the throne, the court was not stable. You wanted to push through new policies, but the backlash was too great. The Overwatch Council I controlled monitored the governance of officials and also caused some instability in Jingdou. Furthermore, the Empress Dowager was always afraid of that woman who refused to enter the palace, particularly when she discovered that woman's influence on you was far above hers. That stupid empress had just married you and didn't know why you didn't stay in the palace every day and instead went to Taiping Courtyard to climb over the wall. Yi Qingmei has helped you. By the seaside in Danzhou, the picture she once promised has gradually unfolded. The old Yi family has already built 3 workshops in Northman. The foundation of the Qing kingdom has been firmly established. It seems that she no longer has any use for your majesty. On the contrary, she is the most unstable factor in the court. If her picture continues, the Qing kingdom will not be the Qing kingdom it is today. Your majesty, it is impossible for you to allow such a thing to happen. Furthermore, in the process, you may offend all the officials and gentry in the world. Chen Pingping's eyes narrowed slightly, and he said with slight mockery, If you want to achieve something extraordinary, you need to have extraordinary boldness, but you don't have this boldness. You also don't want to give up everything you already have. As long as Yi Qingmei dies, you can enjoy everything she has given you, but don't need to bear any of the danger she brings. 1,000 reasons, 10,000 reasons. Even if you have countless reasons to kill her because of this throne, this country, and your own ambition. Chen Pingping pressed his lips together and shook his head disdainfully. But this person is you. You don't have any right to do this. The Qing emperor's gaze remained empty. It was as if he had not heard Chen Pingping's questions that pierced straight to his heart. He only slowly said, There are still words left in King Jing's manor. Presumably, you still remember them clearly. Although her strange thoughts that deviated from the human heart were beautiful, they were poisonous flowers. Once they bloomed in the fields of the Qing kingdom, the entire Qing kingdom would probably fall because of them. As the emperor of the Qing kingdom, I have to be responsible for the people. In my life, I cherish that woman the most. The emperor turned his head and looked coldly at Chen Pingping. I cherish that woman more than anyone else in the world. What does that have to do with the people? Your Majesty and I both know what kind of person Xiao Yezi was. She was never someone who had empty thoughts, but no strength to put them into practice. The words she said and the words she left behind were perhaps only things she wanted to leave behind. Chen Pingping looked coldly at the emperor. You, on the other hand, were shocked by those terrifying thoughts. Your Majesty, you suddenly realized that her thoughts were too damaging to this throne. Even if she didn't do it now, the fire she left behind might, at some point, burn this bright but actually rotten chair to ashes. Rotten chair? The emperor smiled strangely and looked at Chen Pingping. I didn't think that you, an old dog, would be such a person. Chen Pingping did not answer. He coughed twice and continued to say weakly, Your Majesty, why do you have to explain so much? Why don't you just say what you said earlier? You are just greedy for this chair. You have too many lofty aspirations, or rather, ambitions that you want to fulfill. How can you allow someone to jeopardize this process? Going back to what happened earlier, You can't forever let a woman vaguely suppress you." Hearing these words, the Qing emperor was silent for a long time. No one knew if this was tacit agreement or if he was thinking about his most obscure inner thoughts back then. After a long time, he coldly said, "Did she not give me any ambitions or aspirations? Back then, I was only an unremarkable heir in King Cheng's manner. Although I had lofty aspirations, pitted the people's hardships, and wanted to change everything in the chaos of war, what ability did I have to realize all of this, and even dream of all of this?" The emperor said with slight mockery, "It was her, you, Fan Jian, and everyone else who allowed me to walk step by step to the throne and have all of these dreams and the possibility of realizing all of this." The Qing emperor's gaze sharpened. His voice became steady and loud as he said sternly, "Since I've sat on this throne, I will complete my thoughts back then. No matter who it is, do not try to stop all of this." Thoughts back then. Chen Pingping looked at him and coldly said, "Your Majesty, do you still remember our thoughts back then?" "I know what you want to say, old dog." The emperor sat on the soft couch. The sleeves of his dragon robe spread out like clouds. A powerful and solemn aura rose from his entire body like a god among the clouds. In a low voice, he said, "I wanted to conquer a vast country and unify the entire world so that the billions of people in the 3 countries would no longer have to suffer the pain of war for generations to come. Was this not our wish?" The Qing emperor's voice gradually rose. He looked at Chen Pingping with a sinister coldness. "It's been a long time since we've had a conversation like today. Only now do I realize that you, old dog, are still a character who bemoans the world. But don't forget, I am the Qing emperor. I don't care at all about the agreement back then, or what I once betrayed. But I care about her. I have done everything I promised her. So, regardless of whether it is you or Fan Jian, even if she comes back from the underworld and asks me about my actions these decades, I can look at you disdainfully and say that only I could do all of this." Chen Pingping sank into silence. She is a mysterious woman, but in the end, she is a woman. She is very childish. However, I had not thought that you were also childish. The emperor slowly closed his eyes. Only his thin lips opened slightly. His words were full of coldness. Governing a country is not like supporting flowers and weeding out weeds. It is not something that can be accomplished by that useless King Jing complaining about himself every day. As an emperor, in order to achieve a goal, anyone can die. Anyone can die. So she died. Chen Pingping's body was hunched over in his wheelchair. Sorrowfully, he said, "All of the causes of chaos within the Qing kingdom can die, such as the empress, the eldest princess, the crown prince, and many others. But I don't understand. What is the difference between the Qing kingdom of today and the Qing kingdom of the past? What is the difference between this world and the world 20 years ago? Your Majesty, you say that you are the one chosen by the world. For the sake of your goal, you can sacrifice everything. But if one day it is your turn to be sacrificed, will you be willing to do so?" "I will certainly be the master of the world, the king of the world," the Qing emperor said coldly. "As long as I exist, the world will be better off." "It is still an empty title," Chen Pingping sighed. "Your Majesty, you are extraordinarily energetic, and your eyes are as bright as torches. The Qing kingdom's governance has never been better. But what will happen after you die? People will always die." Shortly after, the old cripple in the wheelchair waved his hand and lightly said, "After you die, even if the flood surges to the heavens, I suddenly think of these words. I suddenly think that this question is unnecessary. Your Majesty, I still overestimated you. In the end, you're just a normal person whose heart and body have been completely taken over by ambition. Regardless of whether you're a great grandmaster or an emperor, you still cannot escape this point." The emperor was not angry. He only looked at him and lightly said, "At least the things I promised her back then have been done one by one. Is that so? Before I die, can I listen to your Majesty's explanation so that I can die with peace of mind? Just take it as the last grace your Majesty has given me." The emperor noticed the glimmer of mockery at the corners of Chun Pingping's lips. For some reason, the emperor's heart suddenly trembled slightly. Boundless anger rose in him. As an emperor, particularly one like him, the thing he could not tolerate the most was being ignored or purposely looked down on the achievements he had made in this land. He took a deep breath and closed his eyes. Slowly, he said, "I don't need to explain anything to a eunuch like you. After I die, I will tell her one thing at a time. Your Majesty, do you have the face to see her after you die?" Today, Chun Pingping was completely different from the past. When a person was about to die, his heart was clear and his aspirations were strong. In front of the most powerful person in the world, he coldly and harshly scraped at his heart. "I heard that by the Danzhou Sea, you once explained these so-called things to Fan Xian. Are you trying to comfort yourself? Or do you want to use Fan Xian to have her, in the unseen world, forgive you?" These words were light, but they just happened to pierce the Qing Emperor's heart. The Qing Emperor opened his eyes. There was still that strange emptiness, but his face was slightly pale. "Why would I not dare to see her?" The Qing Emperor was silent for a long time. He then suddenly laughed. His laughter echoed through the royal study. "That year by the Danzhou Sea and in King Cheng's old manor, I have already done or will do what I promised her. Everything I have done in my life, are they not things she has once hoped for endlessly?" Chun Pingping only looked at him coldly. The Qing Emperor's voice became low. He coldly said, "She wants to reform and root out the evils of the court. Fine, I will do as she says. I will change the reign, change the system, and carry out new policies. She said that you must listen to advice, so I granted the imperial censorate the right to discuss matters. She said that establishing a postal system within the country is of great benefit to business and the people. Fine, I spared no expense in national funds and used the shortest amount of time to build a postal system throughout the country. She said that the eunuchs in the palace are pitiful and hateful." The Qing Emperor glanced coldly at Chun Pingping. "Thus, I abolished the custom of sending eunuchs to each manor and duke's manor, dispersed half of the eunuchs in the palace, and strictly prohibited eunuchs from interfering in politics. She said that a country cannot be rich without commerce. Thus, I greatly supported the merchants and sent Xue Qing to be permanently stationed in Jiangnan to prevent the court from interfering in the business of the people. She said that the country would not be stable without agriculture. Thus, I put great effort into irrigation and set up a river transport yamen to repair the long river dikes. She said that she wanted newspapers, so I made newspapers. She said that she wanted lace, so I painted lace." The emperor spoke faster and faster. His eyes grew brighter and brighter. In the end, he seemed to be moved. Looking at Chun Pingping, he loudly reprimanded, "Whatever she wants, I will do. What right do you have to criticize me?" Chun Pingping smiled. It was a very happy and strange smile. He gazed at the emperor and quietly said, "You said these words very skillfully. Presumably, other than by the Danzhou Sea, you often talk to that portrait in the little building. Are you trying to comfort her in heaven, or are you trying to drive away the coldness in your heart?" The Qing Emperor's expression changed slightly. Chun Pingping slowly straightened his body and looked at him, enunciating each word clearly. Looking at him, he enunciated each word clearly. Carrying out a new policy is not a new policy just by changing the year name a few times. Restructuring is also not changing the Ministry of War to the Ministry of Military Affairs and then changing it to the Bureau of Military Affairs. Your Majesty, do you remember what the Imperial College was called in the beginning? Do you remember that there was once a yamen called the Institute of Education, the Tungwen Pavilion? What is the transfer office? What is the transport office? The new policy is not a new name. It is a new policy." Chun Pingping's sharp voice was like a whip, striking the emperor's face. Restructuring is not a change of name. What bullsh** T new policy? Making the officials and people not know what the yamen is called is a new policy? Are you deceiving the people of the world, or are you deceiving yourself? The imperial censorate discussed rumors. In the end, How did it become a lump of mud in the hands of the eldest princess of Xinjiang, allowing them to discuss without charge? In the autumn of the 5th year of the Qing calendar, the imperial censor of the left surrendered. Those imperial censors wearing brown official robes were cruelly flogged because of Fan Xian. Who gave this order? Not to mention the postal route system. This is a complete joke. Sending a letter costs a tale of silver. Other than the children of officials, who can afford it? Other than feeding a large group of lazy relatives of officials in the courier stations, what use is this postal route? Strictly forbidding eunuchs from interfering in politics? Who the hell was Hong Xiang? An assassin entered the palace and involves court and national affairs. He is a commander eunuch, yet he has the authority to lead the investigation. Fine, even if his identity is special, then let me ask your majesty. When Eunuch Yao goes out, a large group of 2nd and 3rd level officials have to bow and make way. What does this mean? The court greatly supports the merchants? The court does not interfere with the business of the people? Chen Pingping's voice grew sharper and sharper. With disdain, he said, "How can the Ming family have so many shares of the nobility? If your majesty does not interfere with business, what did Fan Xian go to Jiangnan to do? Right now, the merchants are nothing more than a flock of fat sheep raised by the court, building irrigation works and ensuring agriculture." Chen Pingping's smile became more and more out of tune. Haha, the River Transport Governor's Yamen is the blackest yamen in the world. I wanted to investigate many years ago, but your majesty, you have the heart of an emperor. You know that this yamen hides the connections of half the world officials. You don't want to shake the court, so you can only allow it to rot. What happened in the end? When the river broke its banks, how many people drowned? How many people froze to death in the winter between the 5th and 6th years of the Qing calendar? Even if Fan Xian and his wife desperately stuffed silver into it these 2 years, they could only keep it going. There's also that troublesome newspaper and lace. The corners of Chen Pingping's eyes narrowed as he looked mockingly at the Qing emperor. The newspaper she spoke of is something to open the people's minds, not some useless dog shit from the internal court. It shouldn't just have the story of me, an old dog. There should be other contents. Your Majesty, do you think I'm right? The emperor's face grew paler and paler until it was almost transparent. He did not hear Chen Pingping's last words at all. Perhaps you can convince Fan Xian and yourself that during these years, you have worked hard to do something for the Danzhou seaside and King Cheng's manor. You have worked hard to make up for something and put into practice something. Chen Pingping looked at the emperor harshly. But you can't convince her in the portrait. It's just that she can't speak now. Your Majesty, you also can't convince me. Unfortunately, I can still speak now. The emperor was silent for a long time. His pale face matched his slightly trembling fingers. One could imagine the extreme anger and hatred in the depths of his heart. He slowly raised his head and looked at Chen Pingping. Coldly, he said, "The worst thing I did in my life was when I was still the crown prince. I heard her say that the officials of the court needed an independent yamen to supervise them. So, I ignored everyone's opposition and wrote to my father to forcefully establish the Overwatch Council yamen. All the more reason I shouldn't have listened to her and let you, an old dog who can't be raised, a eunuch covered in the stench of urine, become the first director of the Overwatch Council." The Qing emperor's voice was calm, but there was a boundless coldness in it. Chen Pingping was silent for a long time. He then raised his head and calmly said, "Even the Overwatch Council that I, an old dog, have guarded with my life for decades, is probably not the Overwatch Council she wants to see." The emperor listened to the old cripple faintly say, "The Overwatch Council is an organization to supervise the officials. It is not the strange and powerful secret service organization it is now, particularly when this council is yours." Chen Pingping suddenly smiled awkwardly. His eyes stared straight at the emperor's face. "Do you still remember what was written on the stone tablet in front of the Overwatch Council?" It was a line of shining golden characters that forever shone in front of the Overwatch Council's sinister and square building. It attracted the gazes of countless Jingdo people. However, no one would ever see these characters clearly. The officials of the Overwatch Council all memorized them clearly, but they did not know the meaning hidden behind these words. Most importantly, perhaps those people back then knew the full text of these words. Regardless of whether it was the Emperor or anyone else, perhaps they had all unconsciously forgotten this point. In the entire world, only Chun Ping and the earliest people of the Overwatch Council still remembered these words. I hope that the people of the Qing Kingdom can all become uninhibited people. When being mistreated by others, one must have a heart that will not yield. When being attacked by evil, one must have a heart that will not be frustrated. If there is something wrong, one must not have a heart that is afraid to correct. One must not suck up to wolves and tigers. These were the words Yi Qingmei left for the Overwatch Council. However, she did not finish. There were two more lines that, for some reason, disappeared into the dust of history. Chun Ping gazed indifferently at the Emperor. His dry lips trembled slightly. Enunciating each word, he said, I hope that each of the people of the Qing Kingdom can become a king. They can all become the one and only king that rules over the territory they call their own. Your Majesty, my king. Chun Ping's gaze carried a burning passion and a stubbornness that he was willing to give everything for. From the beginning, the Overwatch Council was used to monitor you. Chapter 696. The royal study quieted down again. From the darkest moment before dawn to the rising sun leaping out of the earth, to the warm morning light being covered by dark clouds and the patter of autumn rain falling like cotton, the sounds in the royal study were like the weather. Sometimes it was loud, and sometimes it was soft. Sometimes it was violent, and sometimes it was as quiet as an iceberg. The atmosphere was even more so. Sometimes it was tense and harsh. Sometimes it was silent and iron-blooded. Sometimes it was confused as one remembered the past. Sometimes it was cold as one talked about the past. The Qing Emperor and Chun Ping had never been a normal ruler and official. The battle between the two of them was very different from a normal battle. Until now, Chun Ping was only using words. Perhaps it was only the intentions that his words represented. He held up the straw and stabbed it, hoping to prick a bit of blood out of the other party's bare and tender heart and create a fresh wound. An unhealthy paleness lingered for a long time under the Qing Emperor's face and refused to disperse. His eyes were empty. No, it should be said that they were empty. His slightly thin face, paired with his current expression and gaze, appeared particularly cold. No one knew what kind of waves of shock the Qing Emperor was experiencing in his heart. He only looked calmly at Chun Ping. After a long silence, he slowly said, What right do you have to monitor me? He coldly said, I gave up everything in the world. Do you understand what I am searching for? This was a kind of disdain an emperor had for the old dog. Chun Ping's hands rested naturally on the arms of the black wheelchair. He looked at him lightly. There was only coldness and disdain in his eyes. The coldness and disdain the ruler and official had for each other permeated the entire royal study. No matter how powerful you are, no matter how powerful the Qing Kingdom is, you still cannot change one reality, the one you are most unwilling to admit. Chun Ping lowered his eyes slightly and said, In the end, the power of the Qing Kingdom still relies on her legacy. If she had not left behind the palace treasury to endlessly send blood to the court, if she had not left behind the Overwatch Council to help the Emperor control the balance in the court, how could you have allowed the Qing Kingdom to last until now, when the Qing Kingdom has fought for years? You want to prove that without her, you can still do your best, even better than when she was alive. Chun Ping slowly raised his head and said in a hoarse voice, You want to lift the sky above your head, but in fact, you only prove that you have to rely on her. You're not as good as her. Chun Ping's calm and natural words pierced the deepest part of the emperor's heart. The emperor suddenly thought of that stormy night 3 years ago. In Guangxin Palace not far behind, he had once personally gripped Li Yunrui's throat and said to his most beautiful sister, No matter what, you cannot compare to Yi Qingmei. His heart slightly moved and his face slightly paled. His thin and emotionless lips were tightly pressed together as he coldly said, "History is ultimately written by living people. I'm alive and she is dead. This is enough. So, Your Majesty, why bother explaining? You just need to admit that you are cold-blooded, heartless, hypocritical, and inferior." A smile appeared on Chun Pingping's face. That's enough. Is she really a fairy? Untainted by the smoke and fire of the world? Merciful and merciful? The Emperor suddenly opened his mouth and said with slight mockery, "Or is it that in your heart you only allow yourself to imagine her as such? No, not only you, but also Fan Jian, that useless King Jing, and perhaps Ji as well. All of you think I am cold and heartless, yet you impudently used your imaginations to paint too many golden borders on her body. She is not a person, nor is she a fairy, nor is she a god who has come to save the world." The Emperor faintly sighed. His brows gradually furrowed tightly. Slowly, he said, "She is only you people. No, including me in the past. She is only our imaginations. I often wonder if this woman has never appeared. Do we just allow our imaginations to gather together and form this kind of person?" Chen Pingping coldly shook his head. "You know that is not the truth, but it is still an imagination." The Emperor's expression became cold. The corners of his lips curled up slightly as he looked at Chun Pingping. "You pieces of trash have put all of the beautiful imaginations of the world into her. Thus, she is incomparably bright in your hearts. You can't even find a trace of darkness. Exceptionally intelligent, but not scheming. Bemoaning the state of the universe and pitying the fate of mankind, but not a childish woman who doesn't understand the affairs of the world. She's a doer with practical methods." The Emperor's eyes were cold as he continued. "What kind of person is she? A person without any flaws or flaws. Is such a person still human?" He suddenly laughed, a sorrowful and vicious laugh. "Unfortunately, there has never been such a person in the world. She is also a mortal, a normal person who has joy, anger, glory, darkness, schemes, and schemes. When all is said and done, what difference is there between her and me? Your Majesty." Chen Pingping slowly shook his head. "If she really was the kind of person you think she is, how could she have died to your hands? Is that so?" The Emperor's pupils constricted slightly. He laughed strangely. "Ha ha ha! Everyone becomes their own king? What an arrogant thought. So, the Overwatch Council is monitoring me. Only now do I know that you, old dog, were left behind by her to monitor me. If she didn't suspect me back then, if she didn't guard against me, how could she have left behind such words?" "Wrong, Your Majesty," Chen Pingping said with a wooden expression. Chen Pingping's expression was wooden as he said, "Regardless of who sits on the throne, the Overwatch Council will monitor them. This is not evidence that she was wary of you from the beginning and wanted to deal with you. Then what about the tyrannical martial method?" For some reason, the Emperor's tone suddenly became very dark and deep. Although his voice was slightly higher, it did not make one feel any warmth. His voice was like a sword that had been soaked in the water of the underworld for millions of years, piercing directly into the surroundings of the royal study. The Emperor's face did not twist. However, a glimmer of coldness flashed through his empty eyes. Enunciating each word, he said, "When she passed on the tyrannical martial method to me, I had thought that she had made such a decision because Northern Qi and Dongi each had a great grandmaster. I was deeply grateful. With this tyrannical martial method, I led you, Yi Zhong, and Wang Zhikuan through the battlefields and swept through everything. It was rare for me to be defeated. Who would have thought that behind this so-called supreme martial method, there was an unparalleled evil intent hidden?" After the Emperor's voice left his anger, it became unusually cold. "When I first went on the northern expedition, I sensed that the tyrannical Jinshi in my body was restless and restless. However, it had to be done. I led the army forward and fought a series of battles with Zhan Qingfeng in the northern mountains. However, it was at this time that the hidden danger exploded. In my body, all the meridians were broken." Chen Pingping was silent. He was one of the people who knew this period of history the best. The northern expedition had been difficult. Zhang Xingfeng had been extremely experienced in using troops. The Wei Kingdom's military was particularly strong. The Qing Kingdom had taken the risk of sending tens of thousands of troops to the north. It was truly a choice of death. However, the Wei Kingdom was already rotten. The people had no way of making a living. If they wanted to change the situation and create a new situation and possibility for the future, the Qing Kingdom had to send out troops. At that time, the Qing Emperor, who was the crown prince, led the army on the northern expedition. Qin Pingping remained in the newly established Overwatch Council. For one, he had to ensure Jingdo's safety. For another, he had to maintain a distance from the battlefield and ensure that he could make decisions calmly. Coincidentally, the battle was at its most intense. When Zhang Qingfeng led the army to surround the Qing army on the outskirts of Shao Mountain, the commander of the Qing army, the crown prince, was suddenly heavily injured. All the meridians in his body were broken. He lay motionless in the military camp. Although Yi Zhong, who was a deputy at the time, and Wang Zhiquan, the young officer of the personal soldiers, stood out at the most critical moment, the Qing Kingdom was already at a disadvantage on the battlefield. The commander was suddenly unable to look at the situation. In a flash, Zhang Qingfeng's army advanced. The Qing army was torn apart. The crown prince was also trapped in the mountains. It was at that time that Qin Pingping led the Overwatch Council's Black Knights to complete their shocking first thousand-li advance. They forcefully tore a large hole in the net the Wei Kingdom's army had woven. Braving endless risks, they rescued the crown prince, who was now the Qing emperor. There is no need to mention the hardships along the way. The Black Knights were almost completely wiped out before they managed to rescue the emperor. At that time, Qin Pingping had a question in his heart. Just what kind of strange injury had the emperor suffered? There were no major wounds on the surface, but the meridians inside were all broken. He had become a cripple. During these years, Qin Pingping had guessed some things. Fan Xian had also once faced the danger of almost having his meridians all broken. He knew where the emperor's strange and terrifying injury came from. Presumably, it was the dangerous juncture that would inevitably appear once the tyrannical martial method reached a certain realm. My body could not move. My eyes could not see. My mouth could not speak. It was as if there were countless sharp little knives inside my body, endlessly cutting at my organs, bones, and flesh. The emperor's gaze was empty. Coldly, he said, "That kind of pain, hopelessness, loneliness, and darkness is not something you can imagine. My will has always been strong. At that time, I couldn't help but think of suicide. However, I couldn't even move a finger. I wanted to die, but I couldn't." The corners of the emperor's lips twitched slightly. He smiled self-mockingly. What a tragic and wretched end. He glanced at Qin Pingping lightly. "That day, if you hadn't risked everything to save me, perhaps I would have died then." Qin Pingping was silent. He did not mock or respond. The emperor's nose twitched slightly. Coldly, he took a deep breath. "However, the heavens did not abandon me. After many months of such pain and suffering, I finally woke up. Not only did I wake up, but I also finally broke through the juncture of the tyrannical martial method." The emperor's voice trembled slightly. Decades had passed. When he thought of that terrifying and inhuman torment, his strong heart still couldn't stop shaking. He lowered his head and looked at Qin Pingping with slight mockery. What exactly did she want to do with this fatal martial method? I asked her how to break through the juncture. She said she didn't know. The emperor suddenly laughed. His eyes narrowed slightly. Coldness seeped out from the cracks. She didn't know. She created Ku He, Sigu Jian, and me. She actually said she didn't know. She wanted to use me as a weakness to make me listen to her and agree to her for the rest of my life. The corners of the emperor's lips twitched strangely. Mockingly, he said, "But how could I be such a person? After I passed this juncture of life and death, I have seen everything in this world lightly. I have also finally understood that this dazzling woman in your eyes actually has her cruelest side. Since the heavens do not abandon me, how could I abandon myself?" After hearing the Qing emperor's words, Chen Pingping smiled slightly. After letting out a sigh, he continued to display his restrained smile to its fullest extent. Shaking his head, he laughed hoarsely and said, overly suspicious, overly suspicious. Your Majesty, you will probably never be able to escape this in your life. Chen Pingping's laughter was very ancient and sorrowful. He looked calmly at the emperor and said, excuses will forever be excuses. Perhaps you thought so back then. However, Fan Xian has also practiced it. If it weren't for Haitang helping him, he would probably also have fallen into that hell-like juncture. She has always had the heart of Tianyi Dao in her hands. The emperor slowly closed his eyes. But that could forever remain in the 9th-level realm. Chen Pingping said with slight mockery. Are you willing? Without waiting for the emperor's reply, he gently waved his hand and sighed. There is no need to bring up the things of the past. Since you can even doubt her, you can doubt everyone in the world. However, this kind of doubt is a bit too laughable. Since it was laughable, he had a laugh. Chen Pingping laughed. He rocked back and forth in his black wheelchair. Murky tears almost squeezed out from between his old eyes. I just want you to know before you die that what you remember is just an illusory illusion. The emperor opened his eyes and shook off his memories. Looking at Chen Pingping coldly, he said, you are my dog, yet you are asking me on her behalf. I want you to know that the mistress you loyally protect is not a pure and untainted fairy. Chen Pingping stopped smiling. His shoulders sank slightly. After a moment of silence, he replied, I am not a saint who regards the world as my responsibility, nor do I have the right to be a saint. When I criticized you earlier, it was not for the common people in the world, nor was it because I felt any pity for them. It was just that this was her dying wish. Yes, Your Majesty, we have met today not for the common people. It is only a personal grudge. He raised his head and looked calmly at the emperor. You killed her, so I will avenge her. This is a personal grudge, not some dog**T righteousness. This is a very simple matter and does not need to carry any other meaning. I don't care at all what kind of person she was. Whether she was a fairy that fell to the mortal world or a little demon girl with other schemes inside. What does that matter? She's called Yi Qingmei. That is enough. Chen Pingping said slowly as he looked at the emperor. The emperor looked at his old comrade in the wheelchair. After a long time, he sighed gently. The glimmer of a smile rose to his face. However, this smile represented a deeper meaning. In his eyes, this old dog was already dead. This is a strange and chaotic emotion, the emperor said coldly. Overseeing the ruler of a country, a eunuch who can't forget a woman. So, you've already gone crazy many years ago. Of course, I must admit that I have been deceived by you for many years. The Overwatch Council is indeed troublesome in your old dog's hands. The entire Overwatch Council only knows of Chen Pingping and does not know of me, the Emperor. This is my indulgence of you, but it is also your ability. However, I do not understand. What right do you have to raise the knife of vengeance against me? What ability do you have? The emperor looked at Chen Pingping with faint disdain. He picked up the cup of cold tea he had not drunk in a long time and slowly took a sip. Chen Pingping also picked up the still warm cup of tea from the front of the armrest of the wheelchair and moistened his dry lips. A moment later, he quietly replied, presumably, Yin Bingyun is already organizing the Overwatch Council on Your Majesty's behalf. The emperor's gaze looked at the clear yellow tea in the cup. He froze slightly and then returned to normal. Since I have returned to the capital alone, I do not want the entire Qing kingdom to sink into turmoil because of my vengeance, Chen Pingping said. Thus, I will not pay attention to Yin Bingyun. You have come to meet your death just to scold me a bit? A difficult-to-grasp smile rose to the corners of the emperor's lips. Your Majesty understands me, which is why you have chatted with me for so long when I am destined to die, Chen Pingping said with a slight smile. Chen Pingping smiled and said, because you don't know what my final move is, so you must accompany me until I finish saying what I want to say. I have already said what I want to say. I want to see what cards you have yet to reveal. The emperor smiled warmly. He had long shaken off the earlier wavering of his state of mind and the emotions brought about by the past. He had recovered the appearance of a calm and powerful emperor. Chen Pingping did not reply. He only looked meaningfully at the emperor and suddenly asked another question. During these 20 years, I've already done so many things. Do you still not understand, Your Majesty? The emperor's finger slowly turned his head toward the Celadon teacup, but his gaze slowly landed on the ground. On the ground by the feet of the black wheelchair lay a few files. Recorded on them were how Chen Pingping had, step by step, driven all of the emperor's family to stand against him during these years. The fire in Huichen Hall was set by the council. The imperial doctor was killed by someone I sent. The imperial relative also met the same end. As for the medicine the crown prince used, it was Fei Jie who personally made it. Of course, Fei Jie has long left this land. Even if your majesty wanted to sentence him to death, presumably, you would not be able to. Chen Pingping looked coldly and emotionlessly at the emperor and said each word clearly. The matter of the eldest princess and the crown prince having an affair was something I watched coldly from the side and helped slightly. Then, I did everything I could to let your majesty know. The emperor's finger that was turning the teacup stopped. That night, there was a thunderstorm. Your majesty must have lost your composure in Guangxin Palace. Although I did not see it with my own eyes, just thinking about it makes me feel comforted. The wrinkles on Chen Pingping's face melted. He appeared very comforted. Your majesty, why are you so angry about the eldest princess and the crown prince having an affair? Did you always feel that this sister should belong to you? However, due to your self-torturing thoughts of a wise ruler, you could only suppress it? Who knew that the crown prince would do it? Chen Pingping laughed in a low and sharp voice. What you could not do was done by the crown prince. How could you not be angry? How could I not die? The crown prince is dead. The eldest princess is dead. The empress is dead. The empress dowager is dead. And the second prince is also dead. Chen Pingping stared at the emperor with a sharp gaze. All of the family by your side died at your hands. You are the most selfish and vicious ruler in the world. I will have your family die because of your selfishness. The emperor's fingers holding the teacup trembled slightly. Gently hitting the teacup made a crisp sound. Chen Pingping's voice was crisper, colder, and more piercing. I don't have any trump cards. I just came back to the palace to tell you. Back then, you coldly let her die alone, so I can let you also smell that kind of loneliness and then die in this kind of torture. Perhaps I can't kill you, but isn't letting you live like this the most beautiful and complicated method? I still have a few good sons, the emperor slowly said. You even want to kill the third prince, that brat. I can't help but sigh at the coldness and hatred in your heart. Chen Pingping coldly said, as long as it is someone with the surname Li in the palace, they all deserve to die. What about Enji? The emperor's fingers tapping on the porcelain teacup suddenly stopped. He furrowed his brows and said with slight mockery, he is my and Qingmei's son. You are so loyal to her. So how could you repeatedly want to kill him? I'm afraid that even today, Enji still thinks that you are the elder who loves him the most. He has no idea that the attack in the valley, the aftermath of the Hanging Temple incident, and the fact that he almost died to a dagger were all single-handedly arranged by you. Chen Pingping was silent for a moment. He then said in a low and ruthless voice, Fan Xian is only a bastard. What right do you have to be the father of her son? For her, Fan Xian's existence is a brand of humiliation. Just looking at him hurts my eyes. The emperor laughed. His laughter was full of resentment. Very good. You are indeed a perverted eunuch. If I just kill you like this, wouldn't that be too much to your liking? How I die has never been a problem. Chen Pingping looked mockingly at the emperor. I only know that my revenge has been successful. That is enough. The emperor's hand holding the teacup hovered in midair. A moment later, he faintly said, I still have 3 sons, but since I have returned to the capital, I'm afraid none of your 3 sons will be your sons again. Chen Pingping's pupils gradually constricted. With a glimmer of icy pleasure, he laughed sharply and said, If I die to your majesty's hands, how will Fan Xian think of you? How will the eldest son think of you? How will you explain it to Fan Xian? Will he say that I was avenging his mother? Then, how will you explain what happened back then to him? The coldness in Chun Pingping's slightly constricted pupils flared. His face gradually paled, perhaps because of excitement or some other emotion. He stared at the emperor and said, word by word, Your Majesty, you will be deserted by everyone. In your loneliness, you will look at the land under heaven and have nothing. To look at the land under heaven and have nothing. What kind of vicious curse and hatred was this? The emperor's body shook slightly. His face gradually paled again. He looked at Chun Pingping with a threatening gaze and said in a cold voice, How dare you? When the emperor said these two words, it meant that he already knew of Chun Pingping's 20 years of complications. In the end, he had gradually stepped onto an irreversible path of success. Regardless of whether it was Fan Xian or the Great Prince, they were both very close to Chun Pingping. If the Qing Emperor wanted to explain anything to these two sons, he would have to touch on the story from many years ago. It was impossible for him to open his mouth. Could it be that the most powerful monarch in the world could only gradually age and die under the furious and hateful gazes of his sons? The Qing Emperor's face was pale. He felt boundless coldness and anger in his heart. He looked at Chun Pingping's similarly pale face and knew that he had already calculated everything that would happen next. He was using his death to launch a final and darkest attack on the royal palace. The royal study sank into a deathly silence. It was as if he could see through the wall and directly into the little building in the rear palace. He saw the painting of the yellow-clothed woman's back, incomparably desolate and lonely. She looked at the scene of tens of thousands of people repairing the river at the foot of the mountain. He was speechless for a long time. Chun Pingping was speechless for a long time. He thought to himself that this was good, this was good. Xiao Yezi, a strange smile rose to the corners of his lips. It was as if he could see the image of that little girl floating in the air behind the royal study. That little girl looked at him with distress and asked, Are you really a eunuch? Then, are we going to call each other sisters or what? The emperor heard Chun Pingping say these three words. Xiao Yezi. This name had been hidden in his heart for many years. This name was like a curse that he could not free himself from. Although he could not think of it for a long time, once he realized that he had not forgotten, that face and that person would appear out of nowhere and look at him with a glimmer of confusion, sorrow, and disdain. He unconsciously followed Chun Pingping's gaze and turned his head slightly. He then heard a loud sound. There was a loud bang. A wild wind blew in the royal study. Two violent gusts of gunpowder, iron sand, and steel balls blasted violently toward the Qing Emperor's body. The Qing Emperor was a scholar. He would not die so easily. Sister Pingping was a stubborn person. His revenge had actually already accomplished much in the past. He had done his best within the limits of his abilities. Furthermore, the direction of his revenge was correct. As for what he said was only to help Fan Xian in the end, presumably everyone knew. Chapter 697. Without question, Chun Pingping was an ace. More accurately, he had once been an ace. To be more precise, it should be said that Chun Wucheng, one of the eunuchs who guarded the palace back then, although he was not as talented as eunuch Hong Xiang, he was still a person ranked in the ranks. His martial arts cultivation was not to be underestimated. If he had not been an ace, how could he have stood against the powerful Xiao in the north during the turbulent times? How could he have built the sinister Overwatch Council under the hostile gazes of the entire court? If Chun Pingping had not been an ace, how could he have led the Black Knights to carry out those shocking 1,000-li surprise attacks on the land like a black storm? However, time and experience were the most effective weapons in the world at torturing people. Too much time had passed. Chun Pingping was already old. It was a pity that during the surprise attack to capture Xiao Un and bring him back to the capital, Chun Pingping had been heavily injured. Half his body was paralyzed, and he could no longer feel anything below his waist. His cultivation had also been battered away by the wind and rain, leaving nothing behind. This was a history that all the officials and people of the Qing kingdom knew. It was a fact that they either regretted or rejoiced in. When the royal palace sent out the order to capture Qin Pingping and bring him back to the capital, regardless of whether it was Yi Zhong, Gong Jian, Eunuch Yao, or General Shi Fei, who was personally in charge of this matter, or He Zhongwei, who finally knew the secret, none of them turned their wary gazes toward Director Qin's body or the black wheelchair he sat in. They knew that Qin Pingping himself was a cripple. It was impossible for him to have any personal power. Their hearts shivered with fear. It was not because of the power of Qin Pingping's physical body. Rather, it was because of the schemes in this old cripple's head and the powerful Overwatch Council power he could control. An irresistible thought arose in them. Qin Pingping had returned to the capital alone. The Overwatch Council was under close surveillance and the powerful cooperation of a certain important figure within. These important officials by the Emperor's side all let out a breath at the same time. As long as Qin Pingping could not use the dark power his withered finger pulled, then the royal palace was safe. Because of this judgment, they were not worried that Qin Pingping would be of any advantage to His Majesty in the imperial study. Even if Qin Pingping was still that powerful warrior on the black warhorse, he would not have any power to fight back in front of His Majesty, the #1 expert in the world. As for the black wheelchair, the old dean had been sitting in this wheelchair for many years. Everyone was used to the wheelchair's existence. They even saw the wheelchair as a part of Qin Pingping. The power of habit is very strong, so strong that people can completely ignore it. Therefore, when Qin Pingping entered the royal study in a black wheelchair, no one, including Eunuch Yao, felt any sense of vigilance. These important figures had made a big mistake. Similarly, the Emperor had made a mistake the moment his state of mind recovered its indifference and calmness after the long conversation under the dark autumn rain in the morning. When the pale-faced Qin Pingping looked at the snow-white wall of the royal study behind him and quietly called out the woman's name, his state of mind relaxed slightly. Following Qin Pingping's gaze, he looked back and ignored the movement of Qin Pingping's arms on the black armrests of his wheelchair. When everyone was young, perhaps they had played this kind of childish and cute little game. A little friend pretended to see a stern elder or a powerful teacher walking behind him and exclaimed. He was shocked and turned his head to look, only to find that he had been punched. Then, the two of them laughed and scolded each other as they chased each other in the yard. Such childish methods were used on the Qing Emperor, the most powerful person in the world. It had to be said that Qin Pingping's thoughts were strange, ingenious, and very effective. Perhaps it was because the Emperor's state of mind had been shaken in this instant, or perhaps it was because the Emperor had sunk into a state of absolute confidence after Ku He and Siga Jian had died and Yi Luyun had gone out to sea. He did not care about anything. Because he did not care, he turned his head. In the present world, there should not be anyone who could harm this powerful emperor. Even if Fan Xian, Haidang, 13th Wang, Yun Zhilan, Lang Tiao, and the Shadow, these 6 upper 9th level aces appeared at the same time in the royal study and delivered a fatal blow to the emperor probably would not be moved in the slightest. When he turned his head back, all he saw was a patch of white and empty air. His pupils constricted slightly. When he turned his head back to look at Qin Pingping in the wheelchair, he saw Qin Pingping's hands that had been on the armrests of the wheelchair the entire time. He gripped the inside of the armrests tightly as his forearm abruptly pulled back. With a crisp click, the 2 sleek and black armrests of the wheelchair suddenly spread to the sides and made a beautiful series of metal springs. Following 2 loud sounds that rang out at almost the same time, 2 powerful currents of air suddenly shot out from the 2 holes that had suddenly appeared at the front of the armrests. Bang! Crisp and efficient, without the slightest hesitation. Cold and callous, Qin Pingping gripped the armrests of the wheelchair, the 2 armrests he had touched for countless years, and pulled the trigger. Countless metal shavings and steel balls, supported by the powerful spray of gunpowder, crashed toward the Qing Emperor's body with incomparable power. The black wheelchair emitted 2 dazzling, soul-stealing sparks. There was no one in this world who could harm the emperor, but that did not mean there was nothing that could harm him. At least, the emperor and Chen Pingping both knew that the mysterious black chest could certainly pose a threat to the emperor. Now, the wheelchair Chen Pingping had sat in for decades seemed to have a similar effect. This black wheelchair was a wheelchair the Palace Treasury and Third Bureau of the Overwatch Council had meticulously built decades ago. The pair of firearms that contained the fury of countless years were personally made for Chen Pingping by the woman who had died a long time ago. At that time, Chen Pingping had been crippled. She had been worried about his safety, so she had mobilized all of her abilities and secretly arranged such a life-saving treasure for him. During these years, the black wheelchair's seat rims and backrest had been changed countless times, but the armrest had never been changed. Many people knew that Chen Pingping had a habitual action. He liked to gently stroke the pair of smooth armrests. People close to him, like Fan Xian, knew that whenever he was alone and quiet, the director liked to use his knuckles to gently tap the armrests. Each time, the armrest would make a buzzing sound like hollow bamboo. Bamboo had joints, strength, and bones. Chen Pingping also had them. Two sparks exploded in front of the wheelchair's armrests. After two loud, muffled bangs rang out at almost the same time, the sound of countless steel balls, iron scraps, and gunpowder hitting the body of the supreme being of the 9-5 rang out. It was like rain hitting the beach, like hail falling onto the ground, and thousands of holes were formed and countless banana leaves were broken. Smoke filled the royal study, but quickly dispersed. Gradually, it revealed the figure of the emperor sitting on the soft couch. The Qing emperor was a great grandmaster. In the end, a great grandmaster was not a god. Their corporeal bodies were still mortal bodies. Their thoughts were incomparably powerful, but they could not make godlike reactions. When Chen Pingping pulled the trigger on the wheelchair, he was very close to the Qing emperor. The bullets that shot out from the front of the armrests covered half the space with unusual power. Even though the Qing emperor had swept aside in an instant like an immortal, he could not escape the killing range of these soul-devouring weapons that shot out quickly. Thus, the Qing emperor did not dodge. He continued to sit on the soft couch. The walls around him had been beaten into a rotten ulcer. Gray stone and broken bricks rustled down. A few broken pieces of wall skin hung in midair. Half of the low couch beneath him had been shattered. The table in front of him had been smashed into splinters of wood. Many holes appeared on the dragon robe on the emperor's body. They were tiny, torn, and of different shapes and trajectories. The openings of the holes gave off a slightly charred feeling. A pair of hands covered his face. The index finger of his left hand was slightly bent, and the thumb was slightly raised. The bright green porcelain teacup was in the mouth of his thumb and index finger, not moving at all. Even the teacup had not shattered, so the emperor's appearance was unharmed. In reality, all of this happened in a very short instant. The power around the emperor's body was almost tangible, howling like the wind. The celadon teacup between his fingers flew through the air with a whoosh. 2 gunshots rang out. The black wheelchair was sent flying by a powerful force and slid backward at an astonishing speed. The wheelchair squeaked as it rubbed against the ground of the royal study like it was about to create sparks. In the end, it crashed ruthlessly into the wall of the royal study with a muffled thud. Chen Pingping's expression was indifferent. His pupils constricted slightly. Before he could do anything, he saw a smear of jade green reflected in his eyes. With a crisp crack, the teacup that had flown in from beyond the sky nailed ruthlessly into Chen Pingping's thin and weak chest. Who knew how many of his ribs were broken? Countless powder-like porcelain shards pierced into Chen Pingping's body like countless needles. The pain and itch were not something a normal person could endure. A mouthful of black blood sprayed out from Chen Pingping's lips and wet the front of his shirt. Immediately after, an invisible and boundless true energy surged out from the air, instantly controlling the remaining 3 meridians and 6 meridians in his body, controlling the movement of every muscle in his body, causing him to be unable to speak, unable to move, and unable to understand his own life. What was even more terrifying was that the royal way, genuine qi, actually penetrated through the air and clothes, quickly seeping into his body, following his meridians to travel in all directions. And in the blink of an eye, it slowly forced out the poison that the old dean had already consumed. It was like there was a giant, invisible hand in the air, tightly gripping Chun Pingping's withered body. It lifted him up from the black wheelchair and suspended him in the air. This scene appeared particularly strange. Chun Pingping's grizzled hair had long been messed up. It scattered messily across his forehead and gently covered the deep wrinkles on his face. His clothes were covered in tears. In an instant, his entire aura of life was suppressed to the edge of death. However, this old man's eyes were cold and callous. There was not a trace of fear. There was only a glimmer of regret and disdain. Gradually, even these emotions disappeared from his eyes. There was only calmness. The sound of heavy footsteps rang out in the royal study. The emperor slowly and heavily stepped on the rubble on the ground and walked toward him. The emperor's right hand opened slightly. A number of powerful jinshi broke through the air and held Chun Pingping's small body firmly in midair. Other than the coldness in the emperor's eyes, there was a glimmer of a furious blood-red color. The emperor's hands trembled slightly. They were covered in fresh blood and terrifying wounds. The small holes in the emperor's dragon robe began to bleed out and seep endlessly out of his body. It washed away the metal shards and burnt remnants of the gunpowder on the wounds. The dragon robe had already been smoked into a black paste. The emperor was heavily injured. The steel balls that could pierce through stone should still be in his body. In the end, he did not die. The shards of the porcelain cup were in Chun Pingping's body. He also began to bleed. Perhaps there was not much blood in his body to begin with, so the speed at which it flowed was not fast. In an instant, it soaked his tattered black Overwatch Council official robes. The emperor walked to Chun Pingping's side. His chest rose and fell slightly. Ruler and officials' bodies were both covered in small wounds that went deep into their flesh. The pain was at its deepest. Blood flowed endlessly. They looked very similar. He lowered his head and glanced at the ghastly wound on his chest. The corners of his brows trembled slightly. It was as if he had not thought that there would still be someone in this world who could bring him so close to death. An uncontrollable resentment and anger began to ferment and rise within the monarch's body. The emperor's hand gripped Chun Pingping's throat. He stared into his eyes. A bone-chilling hatred flashed through his eyes. Enunciating each word, he said, "If I don't let you die, you cannot die." A number of gray shadows flashed past outside the glass window of the royal study. A few people abruptly smashed open the wooden door and charged in. At the gate of the garden, Yi Zhong, eunuch Yao, and a few other important figures stayed far away from the imperial study, but they heard the two loud bangs clearly. They knew that something was wrong and rushed over to protect the emperor as fast as they could, but they were still too late. Yi Zhong arrived the fastest, followed by eunuch Yao. However, when they entered the royal study and saw the bloody scene in front of them, they remained silent at the same time. This was because the scene was too painful for their eyes to bear. They saw the blood-covered emperor choking the blood-covered director Chun. Their hearts were shocked, and they didn't know what to say. The emperor let go and allowed Chun Pingping's body to fall from his hands. It landed on the floor with a muffled thud. He used a strange gaze to look at his old comrade, old companion, and old servant at his feet. In a cold and resentful voice, he said, "Escort him to the Overwatch Council's prison. Tomorrow, execute this traitor by 1,000 cuts. If this old dog dies before 36,000 cuts, you and the useless Imperial Academy of Medicine will accompany him in death." Yi Zhong and eunuch Yao felt as if they had fallen into an ice house. Yi Zhongwei, who had just run out of the royal study with a face full of panic, heard these words and trembled in fear. It was not only because of the shocking scene in front of him, Chun Pingping's crime, or the emperor's bone-chilling and bone-deep angry edict. In the 30 years of the court, There had never been a high-ranking official who had been executed by 1,000 cuts. This was the most humiliating and cruel way to die. Furthermore, this edict was directed at Chun Pingping. The three of them did not dare to say anything. They only immediately knelt down at the emperor's feet and did not dare to remonstrate. The emperor glanced one last time at Chun Pingping, who was looking at him with a mocking gaze. He suddenly felt a burning pain in his chest. How many years has it been since I've been injured? The emperor thought to himself. Then his body swayed. The emperor has been assassinated. Summoned the imperial doctors. Grand Scholar, he's panicked, an anxious voice rang out in the royal study. Yicheng was currently supporting the emperor's slumping body in fear. He subconsciously tilted his head slightly and glanced at the vicious Grand Scholar from the corner of his eye. The royal palace was in a state of panic. The imperial doctors filed in and out of the palace. Occasionally, pale-faced palace maids and eunuchs carried golden basins in and out. The water in the basins had already been dyed red with blood. Eunuch Yao was attending to the injured emperor inside the hall. Gong Dian led the imperial army and internal court aces to surround the entire royal palace. Yi Zhong, after sending out a few orders to the Bureau of Military Affairs, stood guard outside the hall. The head doctor of the Imperial Academy of Medicine walked out of the hall, sweating profusely. Yi Zhong looked at him coldly and asked, "How is the emperor?" The doctor of the Imperial Academy of Medicine saw him and replied in a trembling voice, "Teacher Yi, although the emperor is injured, his pulse is strong. He should be fine, but—" Yi Zhong furrowed his brows and shouted in a stern voice, "But what?" "But the metal shards stuck in the emperor's skin and flesh have been removed. But looking at the wounds on the emperor's body, there should still be sharp objects left in the emperor's body and injured his internal organs. If these sharp objects are not taken out, I'm afraid." "Afraid of what? Will the emperor be in danger?" "The emperor's good fortune fills the heavens. He has never been immortal." The doctor of the Imperial Academy of Medicine spoke in a trembling voice. He changed his method of describing the emperor's great grandmaster realm and said, "Presumably, there won't be any major problems, but no one knows if there will be any effects in the future. Then think of a way to take them out." Yi Zhong's body was short and stout. He had always given people a gentle feeling. At this moment, the murderous aura on his face was incomparably terrifying. "I really don't have such a good method." The doctor saw Yi Zhong's expression grow uglier and uglier. He quickly swallowed and said, "However, Sir Fan Jr. once presided over a similar medical case in the palace. Please quickly summon Sir Fan Jr. back to the capital. With him presiding over this matter, presumably, there won't be any hidden dangers." The Duke of Dongwa? After Yi Zhong heard this name, his heart skipped a beat. His heart chilled. From morning until now, inside and outside Jingdo, in the royal study, in the royal palace, too many things had happened. He had not completely digested it all. Only now, hearing Fan Xian's name, did he think of the great impact Chun Pingping's attempt to assassinate the emperor could have on the Qing kingdom. Yi Zhong's lips were a bit dry. A moment later, he slowly said, "Sir Fan Jr. won't be back for a while. Is there any other way?" The young lady of the Fan family is currently practicing medicine in the Dongbo medical shop. Her teacher is Qing Shan, and Sir Fan Jr. has personally. A cold light flashed through Yi Zhong's eyes. He straightforwardly said, "Quickly summon her into the palace." After the doctor led the guard away, Yi Zhong suddenly felt that his back was covered in cold sweat. A large patch had become damp. Only now did he have time to analyze the situation at hand. The doctor had mentioned Fan Xian's name. He couldn't help but think that, not long after, this young, powerful official would use the credit of swallowing Dongyi to return to the capital. At that time, if Fan Xian discovered that Chun Pingping had already been executed by the emperor, what kind of reaction would he make? Yi Zhong felt a chill envelop his body. The emperor was heavily injured, and Director Chen's life was hanging by a thread. Another group of imperial doctors were treating him. He would then be sent to the Overwatch Council's prison overnight. He knew why the emperor had ordered Chun Pingping to be sent to the Overwatch Council in the end. The mind of an emperor still did not forget to display its coldness at such a time. Presently, all of Jingdo's defenses were in Yizhong's hands. He had no intention of rebelling against the emperor's edict. However, he felt a weight that was difficult to bear. If the Overwatch Council truly rebelled, what should he do? Fortunately, the emperor was only injured and not truly unconscious. There was no need to worry about what had happened between the emperor and Director Chun. In the royal study, everyone had seen Director Chun assassinate the emperor. No one could, and no one dared to intercede on his behalf. Assassinating His Majesty was a crime punishable by death by 1,000 cuts. A chill rose in Yizhong's heart. He understood the relationship and friendship the emperor and Chun Pingping once had. The emperor was probably angry and disappointed to give Director Chun such a wretched end. Ever since the founding of the Qin Kingdom, the imperial power had been as difficult to shake as it had been in the thousands of years of history on this land. The successive emperors of the Qin Kingdom had always maintained a warm attitude toward their officials. Particularly during these decades, the Qin laws had been revised a few times and had abolished countless cruel punishments. Even for those who rebelled, it was often beheading and exterminating their families. The emperor had always been gentle towards scholars and officials in court. Even during the Jingdo Rebellion 3 years ago, he had only executed the commander of the 13 city gate guards, Zhang Deqing. Compared to Director Chun of the Overwatch Council, what was Zhang Deqing? Yizhong slowly closed his eyes and couldn't help but think of the word scholar he had cried out in a shrill voice when the emperor had fallen into his arms earlier. Involuntarily, a chill flashed across the corners of his lips. The news of Chun Pingping assassinating the emperor immediately spread through the entire royal palace through Zhongwei's cry and startled everyone in the palace. Then, it became news that everyone in Jingdo knew. The emperor might have thought about the stability of the Qin court, the attitude of Fan Xian and all of the Overwatch Council officials, or perhaps all of the contributions Director Chun had made to the Qin kingdom these years. No, Yizhong understood the emperor's personality. Even if he wanted to bestow Director Chun a glorious death, it would not be because of the friendship between the emperor and this old director. After the strange sound of the weapon in the royal study, the emperor only felt anger and hatred toward Qin Pingping. There was nothing else. The only thing that could make the emperor retract the death by 1,000 cuts was for the future of the Qin kingdom, for the moods of Fan Xian, the great prince who was currently stationed in Dongyi, and for the sake of the kingdom. There were many ways to die. Comparing the incomparably humiliating and cruel death by 1,000 cuts to a piece of white silk and a cup of poison wine, the former would certainly make the Overwatch Council, Fan Xian, and the Great Prince feel more resentment. Yet, all of this, because of Scholar He's perfectly timed cry of surprise, became something impossible because the Son of Heaven had his dignity and anger. Yizhong sighed and looked in a daze at the royal palace under the autumn rain. All sorts of emotions filled his heart. He didn't know how much would happen in the Overwatch Council's square building tonight. Would the tens of thousands of elite soldiers he and Shi Fei had been ordered to guard outside the Overwatch Council really need a fight? The autumn rain slowly fell. He gently coughed a few times. He knew that the Emperor's angry order could not be changed. He could only hope that when Fan Xian returned, the matter would be settled. Otherwise, no one knew how chaotic the Qin kingdom would become. The autumn rain was also falling outside the Overwatch Council's square building. It grew colder and colder. Yin Bingyun stood coldly by the window. The black cloth that had been covering the window the entire time had been torn off by him and thrown to the ground. He looked calmly in the direction of the royal palace and calmly and forcefully gave out a series of orders. Relying on Chun Pingping and Fan Xian's trust, he had already grasped a great deal of power in the Overwatch Council. However, with just this power, he was still unable to suppress the ghostly fire burning faintly inside the Overwatch Council. The black, ghostly fire that grew from the hearts of these black-robed officials was a good thing. Fortunately, Yin Bingyun had made sufficient preparations beforehand. The senior officials who were incomparably loyal to old Director Chun had already been sent to Shiliang, Jiangnan, and Dongyibayam. They had already left Jingdo. Otherwise, the situation would be even more difficult to control. The news from the palace had already reached the council. The news of old director Chen assassinating the emperor had already become reality. The emperor was heavily injured. Yin Bingyan didn't know if this was the emperor's excuse or if director Chen, whom he had always admired, had truly done what many people could not. However, none of this was important. He coldly turned his gaze and looked at the streets and alleys outside the Overwatch Council and the Qin Kingdom's elite soldiers who were not hiding their tracks. He shook his head. He had to protect this council, particularly when Shen Pingping was certain to die and Fan Xian had yet to return. No one could oppose the emperor and the powerful state apparatus of the Qin Kingdom, even if the Overwatch Council was the most powerful part of this apparatus. Yin Bingyan turned his head and looked at the 7 leaders in the room. Faintly, he said, "Prepare to take over." He furrowed his brows. After a slight pause, he finished this sentence with great difficulty. Imperial criminal Chen Pingping. Chapter 698. I really couldn't say anything about soliciting votes. However, I had said at the beginning of the month that these were the last few dozen chapters of the year of Qinyu. I would use my utmost seriousness to write them. I would also use my utmost seriousness to solicit votes. I would not leave behind any regrets. Chapter 699. As the words Imperial Criminal Chen Pingping came out of Yin Bingyan's thin lips, everyone in the secret room of the Overwatch Council went crazy. Their faces remained calm, but a glimmer of ruthlessness flashed through their eyes. They stared viciously at Yin Bingyun's face as if they wanted to use their gazes to tear Yin Bingyun into pieces. Of the 8 bureaus of the Overwatch Council, other than the head of the 6th Bureau, who was temporarily in charge, and Jingge the 5th Bureau, who was slowly moving toward the east of the Qin Kingdom, all of the high-ranking officials were gathered there. They were the true power figures of the Overwatch Council. The head of the 1st Bureau was Mu Tai. The head of the 2nd Bureau was that old man. The head of the 3rd Bureau was Fan Xian's senior disciple, and the heads of the 7th and 8th Bureaus were all members of the Qinian unit, including Yin Bingyun, who was also the head of the 4th Bureau. Everyone in the secret room was actually Fan Xian's direct line of descent. Fan Xian's direct subordinates were also Chen Pingping's direct subordinates. Although they did not have much interaction with Director Chen, just like every official and secret agent in the Overwatch Council, the old director was their ancestor. In their hearts, he held an incomparably lofty position. Other than Yin Bingyun, the other 6 people all abruptly stood up and stared at Yin Bingyun's face. The head of the 1st Bureau, Mu Tai's iron-like face, was incomparably angry. In a raspy voice, he roared, "Sir Yin, what do you want to do?" Yin Bingyun returned the gaze of these 6 people without shrinking back. Ever since they had returned from fighting in northern Qi, Chen Pingping and Fan Xian had been too lazy to deal with the complicated council affairs. In reality, during these years, all the matters of the Overwatch Council, big or small, had been handled by this icy young master. He was the young master of Yin Ruohai's manor. He was very experienced in the council. Back then, when he was only a youth, he had been sent to the unusually dangerous northern Qi to carry out spy operations. Afterward, he had been sold out by the eldest princess. No one knew what kind of cruel torture he had endured, so his reputation in the council was very high, particularly after Fan Xian gradually took over the power of the Overwatch Council as Fan Xian's partner and closest subordinate. Regardless of whether it was dealing with the Ming family matter in Jiangnan, the battle with the eldest princess, the royal palace, or the rebellion in Jingdo, he had demonstrated a valiant ability to organize, analyze intelligence, and make decisions. With seniority, experience, effort, sacrifice, and background, Sir Yin Jr. successfully obtained a position in the Overwatch Council below 2 people and above tens of thousands. Thus, all the officials, even the heads of the various bureaus who were of the same rank and name, tacitly approved of his assignments. They admired Sir Yin Jr. from the bottom of their hearts. The corners of Yin Bingyun's eyes twitched slightly. Looking at the 6 people in front of him, he did not back down at all. Word by word, he said, Chen Pingping attempted to assassinate the emperor. Tomorrow, he will be executed by 1,000 cuts. I will accept this criminal. Do you want a rebel? News of the assassination attempt on the emperor had long spread from the palace. The high-ranking officials of the Overwatch Council had gotten hold of this information at the first moment. Amidst their shock, they learned that the old director had not followed the 30 black carriages back to his hometown to retire. Instead, he had unexpectedly reappeared in the royal palace. Furthermore, he had attempted to assassinate the emperor. None of the Overwatch Council officials believed this was the truth, much less the 6 heads of the various bureaus. They looked coldly at Yin Bingyun. In the end, it was Mu Tai who opened his mouth and said angrily, "The director has returned to his hometown to retire. How could he appear in the royal palace again? Assassinate the emperor? Who made up this rumor? What exactly happened in the palace?" The head of the 3rd Bureau, who had been silent the entire time, lowered his head and slowly said, "I thought the most important thing right now was to investigate clearly." Yin Bingyun was furious. He slammed his palm down on the long table, making a buzzing sound. In a stern voice, he said, "The emperor personally issued an edict. Commander Yi, Eunuch Yao, Scholar He, and everyone saw it with their own eyes. Investigate? Investigate what?" The most experienced and highest-ranking head of the 2nd Bureau suddenly lowered his eyelids and said in a deep and raspy voice, "So what if we saw it with our own eyes? I think the emperor just wants to take action against our stupid council." This old man raised his face coldly and said, "If you want to pin a crime on someone, you can always find a pretext. If the emperor wants to kill someone, what reason can he find? However, this matter involves the old director. Other than the crime of plotting to assassinate the emperor, what other crime could be used against him?" It was completely silent in the secret room. The glass window, which was originally covered by a black cloth, was particularly transparent. Everyone felt a glimmer of unfamiliarity. Outside, the sun was gradually sinking in the west. It shone its light onto the red palace walls of the royal palace and into the secret room of the Overwatch Council, enveloping the entire room in a blood-red light. The head of the 2nd Bureau narrowed his eyes and looked at Yin Bingyun. Slowly, he said, "Sir Yin, the final appointment of the commissioner has not been made. You have no right to order us to do anything. You have even less right to pull down this black cloth." The silence in the secret room made one's heart beat faster. All of the high-ranking officials of the Overwatch Council looked at Yin Bingyun, wanting to see how he was going to deal with this shocking matter. Mu Tai and the others listened to the words of this senior from the 2nd Bureau. The confusion in their eyes gradually grew. Their gazes as they looked at Yin Bingyun began to grow cold. "All of the intelligence reports in the council have to go through me. A few days ago, the Jingdo garrison mysteriously disappeared, the Imperial Army and palace defenses suddenly tightened, and the Bureau of Military Affairs secretly moved troops. I have sent all of this information to your desk." The head of the 2nd Bureau looked at Yin Bingyun coldly and said, "Looking at it now, this is the emperor's way of dealing with the old director, but why don't you have any reaction at all?" Yin Bingyun's earlier anger disappeared in the blink of an eye. His face was cold, and a chill emanated from all over his body. It was as if his entire person was a block of ice. "During this half-month, you moved most of the people in my bureau to Shilyang and Dongyi. Most of them are probably still on their way." The head of the 2nd Bureau looked at him coldly and said, "Presently, the strength of the council is not even a third of what it was in the past. What exactly do you want to do? Did you know about today's events long ago, so you were making preparations for the palace ahead of time? Most of the swordsmen and assassins of the 6th Bureau have also been moved out of Jingdo a few days ago." The temporary head of the 6th Bureau looked coldly at Yin Bingyun. He was the most powerful assassin in the Overwatch Council after the Shadow. His gaze was like a sword nailing Yin Bingyun. It was as if he wanted to nail this piece of ice into the twilight and allow him to gradually melt. "You must give us an explanation." The 3 most powerful bureaus in the Overwatch Council were the 4th, 6th, and 6th Bureaus. The Black Knights of the 5th Bureau could never stay near Jingdo. Furthermore, a portion of the Black Knights had left with the black carriages. A portion was near Yanjing to receive Fan Xian's return. The fourth bureau was under Yin Bingyun's control. Furthermore, they were scattered among various provinces and foreign countries. It was impossible for them to gather in Jingdou. When Yin Bingyun ordered the 6th Bureau's swordsmen and assassins to be moved, the Overwatch Council's most powerful martial force had been weakened to its limit. Mu Tai's heart trembled. He managed the 1st Bureau in Jingdou, so the Overwatch Council's orders and movements did not affect him. It was not until now that he realized Yin Bingyun had already secretly moved so much of the council's strength. Thinking of the shocking change in the royal palace and old Director Chun, his heart chilled. I am an official of the Qin Kingdom, an official of the Emperor, and an official of the Overwatch Council. Yin Bingyun's preparations from a few days ago had been directly exposed by these officials, but there was not a trace of guilt on his face. He looked coldly at the people standing on both sides of the long table and said each word clearly. Don't forget the first words you learned when you first entered the council. Everything is for the Qin Kingdom. Yin Bingyun waved his hand coldly. Loyalty to the Emperor is the only thing we need to consider. Your words earlier were already somewhat treasonous. I don't want to hear them a second time. Earlier, the high-ranking officials of the Overwatch Council had displayed their resentment toward the royal palace very well. If people outside the council knew of this, it would be no different from the crime of deceiving the ruler. Yin Bingyun slowly walked to the window and narrowed his eyes as he looked at the blood-red dusk reflected in from outside. His cold voice seeped out from between his teeth. Chen Pingping assassinated the emperor and is a clear act of rebellion. If you insist on acting your own way and collude with this traitor to do something, don't blame me for being merciless. The secret room once again fell silent. The temporary head of the 6th Bureau slowly gripped the handle of the metal drill at his waist. He looked coldly at Yin Bingyun by the window and said, although you transferred away most of the people under me, I think that if the 6th Bureau wanted to kill you, it would not be a difficult matter. So what if you kill me? Yin Bingyun's tone carried cold disdain. You want to rebel? Where can your family and the families of the swordsmen under your command escape to? There are 10,000 soldiers outside. Even if you save the old director, can you kill your way out? The dusk fell on Yin Bingyun's frosty face and presented a complicated color. He slowly turned his head and looked at the head of the 6th Bureau. Coldly, he said, the Emperor's edict arrived this morning. I have a director's order in my hand. From now on, I'm the 3rd Commissioner of the Overwatch Council. You must abide by my orders. Otherwise, you will be dealt with according to council regulations. Sir Yin, I don't know what you are thinking in your heart. Mu Tai, who had appeared somewhat dull and muddle-headed these past few years, suddenly opened his mouth and sincerely said, yes, with just those swordsmen and assassins, the most they could do is save the old director in the council. They cannot send the old director out of Jingdou. But Mu Tai's eyes lit up. They were particularly bright on his dark face. My 1st Bureau is still here. If the 8 bureaus work together, no matter who they want to save in the capital, it's not impossible. The 1st Bureau has people hidden in each of the important yamens. The 4th Bureau must also have backup. If you can't do it, Sir Yin will certainly have a way, the head of the 2nd Bureau said coldly. The 8th Bureau will immediately incite the Imperial College to cause trouble. No matter what reason, as long as Jingdou falls into chaos, the 3rd Bureau will immediately act. They will poison the water in Jingdou and force Jingdou to open its doors tomorrow. Fire will burn everywhere. Once they act, it will be easy to save the old director alone. No wonder he was one of the oldest people in the Overwatch Council. With just a few casual words, he had clearly organized the actions needed to save Chun Pingping and easily spoke of such a sinister and ruthless plan. Poison the water in Jingdou. Yin Bingyun's pupils constricted. You want the families of all the officials of the Overwatch Council and the people of Jingdou to die with him? The Overwatch Council has the power to turn Jingdou into a wasteland if we are truly determined to do so. The head of the 2nd Bureau's face was cold, as if he was talking about a normal matter. As long as the old director can live, what does the deaths of hundreds of thousands of people matter? Yin Bingyun's heart trembled slightly. It was not until now that he realized that the Overwatch Council he had given his entire life to had long forgotten the existence of the Emperor. All of the officials were crazy. For Chun Pingping, they would truly disregard any price and do countless crazy things. I won't give you this opportunity. Yin Bingyun's eyes narrowed. He gently knocked on the little bell on the long table. A wave of hurried footsteps came from outside the secret room. The expressions of the heads of the 8 bureaus suddenly changed. They knew something was wrong. Mutai's finger trembled slightly. Looking at Yin Bingyun's face, he became more and more agitated. In a loud voice, he said, "Do you want to watch as the old director dies in humiliation tomorrow?" Yin Bingyun's face was cold, and he didn't say anything. The door to the secret room was pushed open. His trusted officials filed in. In a short amount of time, they controlled every corner of the room. The temporary head of the 6th Bureau continued to hold the metal rod tightly in his hand. He paid no attention to the people walking in behind him. He only looked coldly at Yin Bingyun. The Jingdo Overwatch Council was powerful, but this square and sinister building was only a brain. Their true power was hidden in each of the different yamens and dark places. The heads in this secret room were like the brains of the Overwatch Council. As long as this brain was destroyed, the Overwatch Council officials would be like a group of dragons without a head. No matter how angry they were because of the Chun Pingping matter, it would be difficult for them to coalesce into a powerful force. It was clear that Yin Bingyun had prepared for this change for a long time. After the situation in the secret room was initially controlled, the Qing elite troops that had been guarding the outside split off a column of 1,000 people and moved closer to the Overwatch Council. A series of concentrated footsteps and the metallic clang of light armor rang out around the square and sinister building. It made one feel oppressed and moved. A few faint shouts came from the great hall of the Overwatch Council downstairs. Then, it seemed that someone was reading an edict. No one in the secret room paid attention to these sounds. The 6 heads only stared angrily and hatefully at Yin Bingyun's face. Yin Bingyun looked at Mutai, who had a face full of disbelief, and calmly said, "In Jingdo, the 1st Bureau has the most people in control, so I cannot let you out. You could be wronged in prison for a while." Mutai's eyes seemed to be spitting fire. He and Yin Bingyun were both Fan Xian's trusted aides. The two of them had a good relationship. Based on his usual understanding, he could not believe that Yin Bingyun would choose to viciously stab Director Chun in the back for the sake of glory and wealth. The head of the 2nd Bureau closed his eyes and listened carefully to the sound around him. His brain spun quickly as he analyzed the difference in strength between the two sides. After a long time, he opened his eyes and sighed sorrowfully. He knew that with the help of the court's powerful military power, Yin Bingyun had successfully separated the Overwatch Council's head from its limbs. More accurately, as long as Yin Bingyun controlled this square and sinister building, the Overwatch Council would become half useless. "Don't attack." He gently patted the shoulder of the temporary head of the 6th Bureau and had him loosen his grip on the metal rod. The head of the 2nd Bureau had the highest seniority in this secret room. The head of the 6th Bureau had a ruthless expression, but he knew that the situation was set. He couldn't help but raise his head to the sky with a muffled grunt and loosen his hand. The head of the 2nd Bureau looked coldly at Yin Bingyun and said, "We are probably all going to die." Yin Bingyun lowered his eyelids slightly and slowly said, "You don't know that Qin Pingping tried to assassinate the Emperor. As long as you don't make any mistakes, I will protect your lives." The head of the 2nd Bureau sighed and touched his already white hair. Thinking of something, he smiled self-mockingly and suddenly said, "I wonder what Brother Ruahai will think after he learns of today's events? However, Sir Yin, I urge you to kill all of us old men. Otherwise, if we live another day, you won't be able to sleep peacefully." This was not a threat. It was a sincere and naked declaration. The details of what happened in the Overwatch Council would one day be leaked. If the heads of the 8 bureaus were not silenced, Yin Bingyun would certainly face the anger of the Overwatch Council officials who were loyal to Chun Pingping and angry because of Chun Pingping's death. How many of those officials were there? No one knew how many times Yin Bingyun had to die for their anger. No one knew either. After the head of the second bureau finished speaking, he was escorted out the door by a few officials. His back appeared slightly hunched and dim. This was not because he was about to go to prison. Rather, it was because he was thinking of Director Chun, who was going to die tomorrow. The temporary head of the 6th Bureau's metal drills, crossbow bolts, daggers, inner armor, poison powder, and all the weapons that could be used to kill were all found. The head's face was cold, and he did not resist at all. As he was escorted past Yin Bingyun, he spat on his face. Yin Bingyun used his snow-white sleeve to gently wipe the spit off his face. Looking at him, he said, "Since you want to provoke me into killing you, why didn't you resist earlier? I don't want to die yet." The temporary head of the 6th Bureau looked at him and said in a strange laugh, "Because I want to see how you, a traitor, die in the end." Mutai was also escorted out. He turned his head to glance at Yin Bingyun and helped the temporary head of the 6th Bureau explain, "We very much want to know how badly you will die when Sir Fan Jr. returns." Yin Bingyun's expression changed, but he still maintained his silence. A vanguard of 1,000 Dingzhou soldiers, Imperial Army, and garrison troops had already been stationed in the square building of the Overwatch Council under the leadership of a few eunuchs and important figures in court. All the Overwatch Council officials were gathered on the flat ground behind the building. It was not that no one wanted to resist. Many people did not know what was happening. In front of the Emperor's edict and without orders from the higher-ups, these loyal Overwatch Council officials would not blindly retaliate. This was the first time since the Overwatch Council was founded that it had been occupied and humiliatingly occupied. Before today, regardless of whether it was the Bureau of Military Affairs or the officials of the Hall of Governmental Affairs, none of them had any influence over this council. No army could enter here. As long as this council had the old cripple in the black wheelchair, as long as he was alive, no one dared to enter without fear. Dense footsteps rang out on the stairs. A group of people came down and walked out of the door to the large and calm courtyard behind the Overwatch Council. All of the Overwatch Council officials found that the leaders of the 8 bureaus had become prisoners. No matter how determined they couldn't help but be shaken. Unconsciously, they surged forward. Just as was said earlier, the 5th Bureau was not in the capital. The 6th Bureau had been moved too much by Yin Bingyun. The Overwatch Council's martial power had been emptied. Most of the people in the square building were civil officials. For example, the officials of the 2nd Bureau who hunched over their desks and did intelligence work all had problems with their backs. For example, the skilled craftsmen of the 3rd Bureau who were skilled in making drugs had not seen the sun for a long time. Being shown by the setting sun, they all felt dazed. The officials of the 7th and 8th Bureaus were not known for their martial power. Yin Bingyun walked at the back. He narrowed his eyes and looked at the movements around him. Standing in front of his trusted officials, he walked toward the eunuchs and officials in front of the Imperial soldiers. The one leading the army into the Overwatch Council was He Zhongwei. He looked at the frosty Yin Bingyun and nodded his head slightly in greeting. An old eunuch at his side bent his body and said to Yin Bingyun, "Can you announce the edict?" Yin Bingyun furrowed his brows and said, "Have these soldiers put down the knives and spears in their hands. Otherwise, I can't guarantee that they won't all be poisoned to death in a moment." The old eunuch paused slightly. After using his gaze to ask for He Zhongwei's meaning, he signaled to the commander of the 1,000-man group. The commander's heart chilled slightly, but he obeyed and ordered the mixed troops to put down the knives and spears in their hands. The atmosphere immediately relaxed a little. Yin Bingyun did not give the Overwatch Council subordinates any chance to react. The group escorting the heads of the 8 bureaus had already left the council and headed toward the prison. A clamor immediately broke out. Yin Bingyun nodded his head in greeting to the bent old eunuch. The old eunuch's body trembled as he walked in front of the 200 or so Overwatch Council officials. Clearing his throat, he began to slowly read out the crimes of the previous director of the Overwatch Council, Chun Pingping, for plotting rebellion and attempting to assassinate the emperor. The atmosphere became more and more oppressive. All of the Overwatch Council officials' faces became more and more shocked. The emotions in their eyes became more and more complicated. The suspicion and anger that came from the bottom of their hearts grew stronger and stronger. The old eunuch's voice became lower and lower and more panicked. It was as if he could not go on. The commander of the mixed elite Qing army also became more and more nervous. Although none of the 200 Overwatch Council officials were skilled in martial arts, who knew what kind of powerful figures they were before they became civil servants. Wang Qinian, one of the two wings of the Overwatch Council, had once hidden in this building as a scribe for many years. If these people truly rebelled in anger, what kind of ending would there be? Although the Third Bureau officials did not carry weapons, who knew how the poison on their bodies would be spread? The atmosphere in the courtyard grew more and more tense. It was as if it could break at any moment. Coincidentally, the old eunuch finished reading the edict. He wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and cried out in his heart that he had been lucky. Although the Overwatch Council officials showed deep suspicion, shock, and anger in their eyes, not a single one of them moved. This was a true Iron Army, a group made of iron. As long as their superiors did not give the order, they would continue to wait until they could wait no longer. Countless gazes looked at Yin Bingyun standing at the very front because he was the highest-ranking official in the Overwatch Council. Although there was suspicion in these gazes, they still waited for Yin Bingyun to speak. Yin Bingyun was silent for a moment, but did not open his mouth to explain anything to these Overwatch Council officials. Instead, he looked directly toward the tunnel in the courtyard. A few Imperial doctors, a few eunuchs, and dozens of internal guards carried a stretcher and walked in from the tunnel. A skinny old man with a head full of messy white hair was on the stretcher. The blood on his body had already stopped. However, he seemed to still be unconscious. The ancestor of the Overwatch Council, the emperor of this patch of darkness, Chun Pingping, once again returned to the Overwatch Council he had single-handedly created. He returned to his favorite courtyard. However, none of this was accompanied by the familiar creaking of the wheelchair. He just lay alone on the stretcher. In the courtyard at the beginning of autumn, the fish in the white sand pond were still swimming. However, Chun Pingping could not open his eyes and glance in that direction. Yin Bingyun stood straight like a javelin. Looking at the approaching stretcher, the hands behind his back trembled slightly. They immediately returned to normal. He knew this was a crucial moment. He knew why the Emperor had sent Chun Pingping back to the Overwatch Council to be locked up. It was because he wanted to use the old director, who was about to die, to be executed by 1,000 cuts to stimulate the hearts of everyone in the Overwatch Council. The Emperor had to know whether this Overwatch Council was Chun Pingping's or his own. Once he confirmed that the council was no longer his, the cold, emotionless, and powerful Emperor would presumably not mind using countless soldiers to charge into this dark courtyard and the countless branches under heaven to thoroughly clean it and not leave any traces in the world. He coldly watched the reactions of all of the Overwatch Council officials in the courtyard. He watched the incomparably powerful and deeply rooted imperial power collide with Chun Pingping's lofty prestige in the Overwatch Council. The stretcher slowly moved. Under the rescue efforts of the Imperial doctors, Chun Pingping, who had lost too much blood, managed to survive. The Emperor did not allow him to die so easily and happily, so he could not die. Following the movement of the stretcher, the gazes of the Overwatch Council officials in the courtyard also moved. Their gazes were complicated, sorrowful, excited, hopeless, and angry. On the stretcher was the old man they all loved and respected. However, he could only lie dimly on the stretcher and prepare to welcome his wretched in the next day. Finally, someone could not resist crying out wretchedly and kneeled on the ground facing the stretcher. Director, old director, all of the Overwatch Council officials knelt down. Although the edict had clearly stated that Director Chun was a heinous criminal who had tried to assassinate the Emperor, they still could not resist kneeling down. Finally, someone could not resist. With a sharp cry, a few figures flew out from the crowd of Overwatch Council officials and headed straight for the stretcher. A few streaks of cold light sliced through the air. A few muffled thuds rang out. The air seemed to twist because of the vibrations. The autumn wind picked up and whistled through the air. When the dust settled, for Overwatch Council officials had been struck to the ground. The military aces who had attacked at the same time, as well as the internal court aces around Chen Pingping, all returned with their hands tied. Yin Bingyan watched this scene coldly. The corners of his eyes twitched slightly. He said, "Take them away. If there are any more rebellious actions, they will be dealt with according to the council's rules." Countless venomous and angry gazes turned toward Yin Bingyun at the same time. If looks could kill, Yin Bingyun's body would already be riddled with holes. However, his face was only slightly pale, and the lines on his sleeves did not move at all. He looked at his subordinates in the courtyard and said in a cold voice, "Remember your mission. Do you, officials of the Qing Kingdom, want to rebel?" At this moment, He Zhongwei, who was standing beside him, suddenly said softly, "It's best to kill him on the spot to shock people. Since when is it your turn to talk when I do things?" Yin Bingyun threw out a sentence coldly. His words could make He Zhongwei silent, but they could not make the officials of the Overwatch Council silent. They slowly rose and used a cold gaze to look at He Zhongwei like they were looking at a dead person. Perhaps in the next moment, they would collectively attack and charge toward the stretcher. The situation in the Overwatch Council had reached a critical juncture. Yin Bingyun narrowed his eyes and looked around. He knew that he alone could not suppress these officials' love and respect for Chen Pingping. An old and wizened finger suddenly stretched out. Everyone fell silent. The gazes of all of the Overwatch Council officials turned toward the old finger, the finger that stretched out beside the stretcher. The finger changed slightly and made a gesture that all of the Overwatch Council officials remembered by heart. Oh, an official of the Second Bureau suddenly felt great sorrow in his heart. His eyes grew wet as he gave a loud roar of grief and anger. He then knelt down heavily on his knees. Oh, ho! The old finger seemed to have some kind of magic. It only stretched out gently and shook. Immediately after, countless cries of Ho rang out in the courtyard. Ho was silence. Ho was waiting. Ho was enduring silently. Ho was having no choice but to give up. Ho was staying where he was. All of the Overwatch Council officials stayed where they were. After the word Ho left their mouths, 2 lines of tears flowed down. Their knees were not heavy, but they were as heavy as mountains. They fell to the ground and watched as the stretcher slowly moved in front of the heavy person. All of the internal court aces, eunuchs, and military elites watched this scene with moved expressions. He Zhongwei's face became deathly pale. Yin Bingyun's body swayed slightly. The dark fire of the Overwatch Council officials that could not be suppressed, no matter what method they used, was temporarily extinguished without any objection by the old finger. What kind of prestige? No, what kind of faith was this? Yin Bingyun's face was like ice. He knew that although the battle between the royal power and the old director had ended with the Overwatch Council being forced to submit, in reality, Director Chun had still won. The stretcher slowly moved in front of everyone and headed in the direction of the Overwatch Council's prison. He Zhongwei looked at this scene with a deathly pale face. Suddenly, he saw the 4 captured Overwatch Council officials. He didn't know if he was trying to relax his state of mind or convince himself that the Overwatch Council was not that scary, but he unconsciously said in a quiet voice, "The Overwatch Council is indeed ordered as one. However, these people's strength is weaker than I imagined." Yin Bingyun turned to look at him coldly. After a slight pause, he said, "If it wasn't for the fact that I was shameless to this extent, if it wasn't for the fact that the old headmaster could still move a finger, I really can't imagine if the 2 of us would be able to leave this courtyard alive today." After saying this, he paid no more attention to He Zhongwei, who had his head lowered in thought. Following the stretcher and the guards sent by the palace, he walked desolately toward the Overwatch Council's prison. Chapter 700. While betrayal, submission, and a verge of collapse played out in the Overwatch Council, the entire Jingdo was enveloped in a strange and oppressive atmosphere. It was impossible for the little court conference to be held again. Although the various ministries and yamens carried out their routine work, The shocking news coming out of the royal palace had long made the Qing officials tremble in their bodies and minds. No one had any thoughts on state affairs, and no one dared to whisper in the omens. Occasionally, there would be officials who were on good personal terms who would meet in a secluded place and pass on the news they knew. The emperor had been assassinated. The heinous and unforgivable traitor was Director Chun. This news made everyone feel shocked and incredulous. However, the truth was right in front of their eyes. Other than feeling it absurd and shocked, these civil officials all turned their gazes toward the Overwatch Council. A faint worry rose in their hearts. They didn't know if the court would be able to control the council under these circumstances. Fortunately, news that calmed people's hearts came endlessly. At least for now, these officials didn't seem to have to worry too much. After the major incident broke out in the morning, the various ministers, dukes, and elders of the Hall of Governmental Affairs immediately rushed to the royal palace. After another few hours, these officials retreated from the royal palace and began to deal with state affairs anew, leaving only Hu the Scholar to stand guard in the royal palace. The most important matter in the Qing court was the trial of Chun Pingping's rebellion. All the ministries and yamens were mobilized. This was the first time the civil official system had independently investigated such an important case outside of the Overwatch Council's eyes. No one knew how the various ministries and yamens felt, other than sorrow and shock. Did they feel much more relaxed? However, the emperor's edict was clear, urgent, and cold. The so-called trial was nothing more than a formality. In less than 4 hours, the various ministries and yamens of the Qing court, led by the Supreme Court, had drafted up reports on Chun Pingping's numerous major crimes and sent them to the royal palace. However, these reports were immediately rejected. It was clear that the emperor, who was still in a rage and had yet to recover, was not satisfied with the charges these civil officials had drafted. The emperor would not let Chun Pingping die easily and freely. Since Chun Pingping thought he was standing on a glorious and righteous stand to interrogate and seek revenge, then the emperor wanted Chun Pingping to lose all of his reputation and die with endless humiliation and accusations. It was not difficult to fabricate a crime, but to pin it on Chun Pingping made these court officials fall into a state of panic. However, His Majesty strictly ordered this, so no one dared to have any objections. They could only tremble and put all kinds of crimes of treacherous officials that had appeared in the history books on Chun Pingping. When the 13 crimes were finally sorted out, Chun Pingping finally became the most heinous and unforgivable traitor in history. A voice of approval finally came from the imperial palace. It was clear that Chun Pingping could no longer escape the crime of death by 1,000 cuts. Everything happened very quickly. Other than shock, all of the court officials couldn't help but have some suspicions. If it was truly a case of treason, once it was investigated according to usual practice, it would probably take a few years. If Director Chun was the main culprit, he would not be executed so easily. Furthermore, the officials involved in this case of treason probably numbered in the thousands. However, the injured emperor only seemed to be throwing his anger onto Chun Pingping alone and did not want this matter to be dragged into too much. Finally, there were officials who guessed the emperor's thoughts and couldn't help but feel a chill. The emperor hated Chun Pingping to the extreme, so he had to execute Chun Pingping openly in front of millions of people. The reason the emperor forced the entire court to speed up the process of this matter was because Chun Pingping not only ordered Chun Pingping, but also represented the Overwatch Council. The new director of the Overwatch Council, the powerful Sir Fan Jr., was on his way back to Jingdo from Dongyi. If it was a normal official, the emperor would probably not care at all. He would even coldly and cruelly wait for his return and then have Chun Pingping die in front of him, once again touching his bloody heart. However, Fan Xian was not a normal official. The power in his hands was too great. It was so great that even the emperor had to consider it for the future of the Qing kingdom. Most importantly, he was the emperor's own son. Without killing Chun Pingping, it would be impossible to vent the resentment accumulated in the emperor's heart. However, the emperor had to finish this matter before Fan Xian returned to Jingdo and make these matters an irreversible reality. The entire imperial court was extremely busy because of the shocking assassination case that happened in the imperial study in the early hours of the morning. In the south of Jingdo, the Fan Manor with the stone lions by the door that looked down on the world with cold and disdainful eyes sank into a strange silence. It was just past noon. The news of the emperor's assassination had just gotten out of the royal palace. Chen Pingping had not yet been sent to the Overwatch Council's prison. An edict announcing eunuch, accompanied by internal guards and imperial soldiers, had already entered the Fan Manor through the middle door. There was no incense table or ceremony to receive the edict. The people of the Fan Manor eating lunch in the little flower hall immediately paled when they heard the eunuch's words. As the mistress, Lin Wanner, slowly rose. Staring at the eunuch, she said each word clearly. Say that again. The eunuch knew that the emperor was waiting in the palace to be treated. Faced with Princess Chen's cold questioning, he did not get angry. Using an urgent voice, he repeated himself. A glimmer of fear flashed through Lin Wanner's eyes. She unconsciously turned her head to glance at her sister-in-law beside her. Fan Ruo's face was also slightly pale. Presumably, anyone who heard this news would show the same expression, particularly the women in the Fan Manor. Regardless of whether it was the emperor or Chen Pingping, whose life or death was unknown, their connections to the Fan Manor were too deep and tight. They could not be torn apart no matter what. Lin Wanner knew what kind of feelings her husband, Fan Xian, who was not in Jingdo, had for Chen Pingping. However, the emperor was, after all, Fan Xian's father and her uncle. Fan Ro put down the bowl and chopsticks in her hands and looked at her sister-in-law. Gently biting her lip, she did not say anything. Her fingers trembled slightly. Lin Wanner's large eyes gradually calmed. She lowered her head slightly and asked, "Is the emperor in danger?" The eunuch did not know the inside story. He could not even enter the palace where the emperor was staying, so he could not say what was going on. They had only come under Commander Ye's orders and listened to the suggestion of the Imperial Academy of Medicine to invite or escort the young lady of the Fan family into the palace to save the emperor. Hearing Princess Chen's question, he could only shake his head fearfully. Lin Wanner glanced at Fan Ruo. Fan Ruo lowered her head slightly and did not think about anything. She stood up and lightly said, "I'm going into the palace." After saying this, Fan Ruo left the dining table and followed the eunuch and soldiers out of the Fan Manor. Her medical chest was still in the Damba medical shop on Dongchuan Street, so she had to make a detour there. Seeing her sister-in-law's figure disappear through the manor doors, a strong worry and unease rose again into Lin Wanner's eyes. She said to the wife of the Tang family, standing to the side, "Send a few clever people to wait outside the palace. If there is any news, quickly report back." Yes. The wife of the Tang family also knew that something big had happened today. Maintaining a serious expression on her face, she made a sound and prepared to turn to make arrangements. Then, she heard the matriarch's second sentence. "Have Tang Zijing come. I have something to tell him." The expression on Lin Wanner's face was very cautious. Other than slight nervousness, there was more worry. She was deep in the Fan Manor and had no idea what had happened outside. She also didn't know what had happened in the royal palace, why the old director had suddenly returned to Jingdo, or what had happened between the emperor's uncle and the old director in the royal study. From the Jingdo rebellion 3 years ago, she knew that the cold emperor would not give the old director any chance to live. She also knew that if Fan Xian was in Jingdo right now, he would not just watch as this happened. Because she knew Fan Xian's attitude, she also knew that the Fan Manor's position in this matter was very dangerous. If they were not careful, they would probably be consigned to eternal damnation. She glanced at Cece beside her and quietly ordered, "In a moment, when Tang Zijing arrives, I'll have them arrange for you to leave the capital first. Take Shunning and Liangzi and hide in the country estate outside the capital for a while." Cece was not surprised by this kind of arrangement. After all, she was one of the 4 serving girls Fan Xian had personally raised. Although she had followed the mistress in the manor to deal with family and clan matters, she had not thrown away those sensitivities. In particular, Cece was no stranger to leaving the capital to hide. When she was pregnant with Fan Xian's first child, it was during a tense time of the Jingdo Rebellion. Master Fan Jian had arranged for her to hide in Qin Garden. Qin Garden? Cece looked at the mistress and suddenly said, "The young master is indebted to the old director." Lin Wan sighed and gently nodded. "But such a big thing has happened. Who can turn it around? Don't talk for now. Quickly pack up and leave the manor in a moment." At this time, the city gates should already be closed. Jingdo is about to be locked down. If Tang Zijing takes them, I'm afraid they won't be able to get out, Cece reminded. During these years, Fan Xian's wife and concubine had helped him deal with clan and family matters, as well as the details of the Jiang and Hangzhou conference. The two women, one maid and one assistant, worked well together. Their tacit understanding grew deeper and deeper. Lin Wan was the one who made the decisions, and Cece was the one who filled in the gaps from the side. Lin Wan had also given her own son to Cece to take with her. She trusted her greatly. Her brows furrowed slightly. "That is why we have to hurry." As she spoke, an Overwatch Council secret agent, wearing black official robes, appeared outside the flower hall. Earlier, Lin Wan had already secretly notified the member of the Qinian unit who had always been protecting her, so she was not surprised to see him appear. Slowly walking to the edge of the flower hall, she looked at him and asked worriedly, "You've heard everything. Immediately send someone to the outskirts of the Overwatch Council to see what is going on. Then make arrangements to have Gartung take them away." The member of the Qinian unit nodded his head heavily. As a subordinate of the Overwatch Council, his mood was unusually heavy and shocked. However, he knew that the young madam's orders were unusually clear. The Overwatch Council was certainly heavily surrounded. It would be difficult to make contact with the council. He made a hand gesture behind him, and the member of the Qinian unit went to make arrangements. Lin Wan looked at him and said, "Send someone to Yanjing. If they meet Fan Xian on the road." Her brows furrowed. The member of the Qinian unit looked at her nervously, waiting for her final decision. "Tell him the truth." A resolute expression flashed across Lin Wan-er's face. "Just say that Director Chun is going to die." The person let out a breath and glanced at her gratefully. He then left to prepare everything. The interior of the Fan Manor became busy in an orderly fashion. Only Lin Wan was left alone in the flower hall. She thought about what had suddenly happened today. Suddenly, she felt a gust of cold wind blow in from all directions, making her shiver. She had already managed the Fan Manor's affairs for 3 years. In addition to managing the Hangzhou conference and clan affairs, the youthful Lin Wan already had the air of a mistress of the household. Clear and powerful orders were sent down. Everyone in the Fan Manor began to respond in an orderly manner. At the side door of the garden in the back of the manor, Lin Wan took the servant girl and her son from the nanny's hands. She gave the two of them a firm kiss on the cheeks and gave Cece a few more reminders before having the carriage move. Beside her, Tang Zijing lowered his voice and said, "Leaving the capital at this time might be a bit eye-catching." Lin Wan glanced at him. She knew that although this guard, who was loyal to the Fan family, had also been shocked by the assassination attempt in the royal palace, he still thought that her reaction was a bit too intense. She shook her head and said, "Although it's a bit eye-catching, it's best to leave as soon as possible." There was one thing she didn't explain to Tang Zijing. Although the Qinian unit had already sent someone to inform Fan Xian, the journey was long. By the time Fan Xian returned, Qin Pingping would already be dead on the execution field. Lin Wan knew the emotions hidden under Fan Xian's gentle exterior. Who knew what kind of intense reaction Fan Xian would have at that time? It was precisely because she had anticipated Fan Xian's intense reaction that Lin Wan-er's reaction appeared so nervous and urgent. "Don't worry about this. In a moment, I'll personally go into the palace to take a look." Lin Wan nodded slightly at him. Tang Zijing sighed and bowed. He then chased after the carriage not far away. Lin Wan returned to the manor and, in the shortest amount of time, gathered all of the guards, servants, and people in the Fan Manor. In a cautious tone, she told them what they had to pay attention to, particularly forbidding any private discussion. She was the mistress of the Fan Manor. Although she had always been known for her simple-mindedness, her management of the family these few years had long established her prestige in the manor. With Jingdo in chaos, everyone knew that the Fan Manor was also one of the centers of chaos. The servants all agreed in unison and did not dare to feign ignorance. Lin Wan-er's gaze slowly swept around and roughly calculated the power that could be mobilized in the manor. The Chinian unit did not leave many people in the manor. Most of them were the swordsmen and guards of the 6th Bureau. These people had to ensure the safety of the Fan Manor, so it was not convenient to send them out. However, Dabao had gone to Old Lin Manor to bury crickets. Now that such a major event had occurred, she had to immediately send someone to bring him back. She immediately thought of another matter and gently waved her hand to summon the official of the Chinian unit. In a quiet voice, she said, "Send someone from the 1st Bureau as well. They don't need to do anything. Just maintain contact." Although the Overwatch Council's news had yet to come back, Lin Wan knew that given her uncle's imperial wisdom, that square and sinister building must be under the suppression of a powerful military force. However, the 1st Bureau was close to the Supreme Court, so there might be some loopholes. Everything Lin Wan did was actually just to prepare for Fan Xian. She knew that once Fan Xian returned to the capital, what he needed to know the most was the truth. Although she did not want Fan Xian to take risks or go crazy, if her husband was truly going crazy, as his wife, she could only make some necessary preparations for his madness. After making all of these arrangements, she ordered the Fan Manor to tightly close the main doors. Other than when an edict personally arrived, all internal and external traffic was strictly prohibited. Only then did Lin want to relax slightly. She sat in the carriage that had been prepared earlier and drove out of the streets in the south of Jingdo toward the vast and particularly austere royal palace in the north. Today, the imperial palace was heavily guarded. The density and strength of the imperial army's patrols could not be compared to the past. Everyone's faces carried a trace of nervousness and sternness. It seemed that even though the old Director Chun was already seriously injured and captured, no one would feel relaxed. Lin Wan got off the carriage and came directly to the palace doors. She had grown up in this royal palace and was deeply loved by the Empress Dowager and the Emperor. She was an anomaly in the palace. In the past, she could enter and leave the palace without obstruction. Now, she was forced to stop at the palace doors. The commander of the imperial army, Gong Dian, glanced at her with a complicated gaze. After he bowed to her, he said, "The emperor has ordered the palace to be sealed today." Lin Wan raised her face. Her large eyes were calm and without any ripples. Without shrinking back, she said, "The emperor has been assassinated. I want to enter the palace to visit. Is that not allowed?" Gong Dian furrowed his brows slightly. The so-called sealing of the palace was actually a selective lock. Logically speaking, Princess Chun was the emperor's favorite niece. It was only right and proper for her to enter the palace. The problem was the source of the chaos was the Overwatch Council. Everyone under heaven knew that Princess Chun was the wife of the current director of the Overwatch Council, Fan Xian. "I just don't know if the emperor wants to see you," Gong Jian said in a heavy voice. Lin Wan-er's heart tightened slightly. She knew what General Gong Dian's secret reminder meant. He was worried that she would enter the palace to ask the emperor for mercy on behalf of Chun Pingping. If anyone dared to ask the emperor for mercy, it would probably make the emperor angry, particularly since her identity was complicated. Once she opened her mouth to ask for mercy, it might instead intensify the conflict and make the emperor feel strange toward the Overwatch Council and even Fan Xian, who was not in Jingdo. She was silent for a moment. She then forced a smile and said, "I heard a few scholars are in the palace. King Jing has also entered the palace. I want to go in and see." After a slight pause, she quietly said to Gong Dian, "Don't worry, I know what I'm doing." Gong Dian sighed and ordered the soldiers behind him to make way. After entering the royal palace, Lin Wan smoothly entered the rear palace. Her pace was fast, By the time she arrived in front of the emperor's bedroom, a few beads of sweat had already appeared on the tip of her nose. Her cheeks were slightly red. However, she could only walk to the bedroom. No one could enter. Linwana looked at the people around her and paused slightly. She saw Guipin pushing the third prince's hand and looking at the tightly shut palace door with a face full of worry. The great prince's birth mother, Pin Ning, had a particularly cold expression. Accompanied by serving girls, she stood alone on the other side. King Jing stood at the palace door and was quietly saying something to Yizhong. On the right-hand side of the stone steps, the head of the court's civil officials, who the scholar, had a heavy expression. Behind him were the other two scholars of the Hall of Governmental Affairs. Yizhong Wei had already escorted Qin Pingping to the Overwatch Council, so he was not there. What surprised Lin Wanner the most was that the former Grand Scholar, Mr. Xu Wu, who had resigned 3 years ago and only spent his time at home with his grandson, had also come to the main hall. His sunken eyes looked at the tightly shut door of the hall, maintaining a silence that was completely contrary to his violent temperament. Everyone saw that Princess Chun had come, and each separated to greet her. However, who the scholar looked at her with a worry similar to Gong Diane's. It looked like these major figures of the Qin court were all worried about the same thing after this matter. They were worried about the Overwatch Council's reaction after the Emperor executed Qin Pingping, particularly Fan Xian's reaction. Of all the people present, Lin Wanner was the closest to Lady Ning. Ever since she was young, she had often eaten and slept in Lady Ning's courtyard. Seeing that Lady Ning's expression was slightly strange, her heart thumped. After bowing to the scholars, she came to King Jing's side. Ruo has already been in there for an hour. King Jing seemed to know what his seemingly muddle-headed niece, who is actually as smart as her mother, wanted to ask. Dimly, he said, "Other than her, the Emperor has not seen anyone else. Don't think about using the Emperor's favor to barge in and ask for mercy for that old dog." The major figures present all had their own thoughts. No one noticed the conversation between King Jing and Princess Chun. After Lin Wan heard King Jing's words, her expression darkened slightly. She lowered her head and quietly said, "Is the Emperor all right? A scourge lives for 1,000 years. How could he die so easily?" King Jing said in a low voice with a false smile. Lin Wan'er's heart jumped. She had not thought that King Jing would say such treasonous words in the royal palace. When she had entered the palace earlier, she had thought of seeing the Emperor and pleading for mercy on behalf of the old director. Like Fan Xian, she understood the Emperor's personality very well. She knew that at this juncture, it was impossible for the old director to escape death. On the way into the palace earlier, I received news that it was to be executed by 1,000 cuts. Lin Wan'er's face was slightly pale as she asked King Jing for confirmation in a trembling voice. King Jing glanced at her and said, "It looks like although the Overwatch Council has been temporarily abolished, Fan Xian has still left some people for you." "Not bad. My brother's meaning is clear." Lin Wan'er's voice trembled slightly. "Is there no mercy beyond the law? After all, the old director is not a normal person. I know what you're worried about and what those people are worried about." King Jing's gaze was muddy. He sighed and said, "That old dog has offended too many people. Do you think those civil officials are willing to ask for mercy from the Emperor on his behalf? They're just worried that Fan Xian will go crazy." He looked at Lin Wan'er and shook his head sorrowfully. "The Emperor is not seeing anyone. It is clear that he has already made up his mind. There are many ways to die." The figures who entered and left the royal palace did not care much about life and death because the coldness of the dragon chair had long made them aware of this. However, how he died was a very important matter. If Qin Pingping ended up with his reputation in tatters and a fate of being hacked to pieces, the resentment hidden within the Overwatch Council would be washed away by this bloody light. No one knew how chaotic the Qin kingdom would become. Qin Pingping's attempt to assassinate the emperor was, without question, a capital offense. If he was ordered to commit suicide, even if it was beheading or hanging, perhaps it would demonstrate the emperor's magnanimity and eliminate the violent currents this matter would bring. However, no one knew what kind of conversation the ruler and official had in the royal study that made the emperor show a rare resentment and anger. He wanted Qin Pingping to die in the most wretched state. Lin Wan'er listened to King Jing's words and fell silent. If the emperor could be slightly more magnanimous, perhaps Fan Xian, who was about to return to Jingdo, could accept him more. Of course, all of this was built in their imaginations. No one knew what kind of true reaction Fan Xian would make after learning of this matter. Aunt Ning is a bit strange today, Lin Wan'er said with a slight furrow of her brows as she looked at the indifferent Pin Ning in the distant corridor. King Jing's expression changed slightly, but he didn't say anything. There were many things that only the previous generation of the Li royal family knew. There was no need to tell these juniors and outsiders. He believed that Lady Ning had true affection for the emperor these years, but he also believed that, up until now, Lady Ning had not forgotten that old cripple. The sun gradually set in the west. It was already dusk. There had been rain in the morning, and there were still some water stains left on the stone tiles. The light gradually dimmed, but the water stains lit up like a lamp had been lit. The lights in the royal palace lit up. Although they could not compare to the dazzling beauty of the red clouds in the western sky, they were still particularly beautiful. The lights in the emperor's sleeping quarters were lit the earliest and had the most lamps. They were incomparably bright, shining through the window and illuminating the surroundings clearly. One could see even the finest hair. Lin Wan'er's heart trembled slightly. She thought of a few years ago when Fan Xian had been seriously injured and almost lost his life. It seemed that he had also been treated in this palace. At that time, the lights had also been as bright as today. The main surgeon had also been the girl inside. A drop of sweat almost dripped down from the strand of wet hair on her forehead. Fortunately, a serving girl at the side stretched out a handkerchief to catch it. The serving girl retreated with unusual fear, but Fan Ro's expression did not change. She continued to gently move the sharp surgical knife in her hand under the bright light of the room. This entire chest of surgical instruments was made by the palace treasury using the most advanced craftsmanship. It was the condensation of the wisdom of Yi Qingmei, Fei Jie, and later, Fan Xian and everyone else. Fan Ro had also learned how to use these things from her relatives. Her years of bitter cultivation on Qing Mountain and her research into treating external injuries had finally made Fan Ro a true good doctor and not the innocent little girl who had shakily pulled open a bloody wound on her brother's body. The bare-chested emperor lay flat on the hard couch with his eyes slightly closed. Fan Ro was on his right-hand side. She carefully and steadily slid the small knife across his body. Where the knife pointed, the smooth skin split open. The charred hole opened up and blood seeped out. Fan Ro used her steady hands to reach in with forceps. She clamped down on a hard object and pulled it out forcefully. With a clang, a poisoned steel ball was placed on a flat plate to the side. There were already 7 steel balls on the plate. Up to this point in the operation, half the time had already passed. Fan Ro took a deep breath and slowly activated the Tianyi Dao Jinqi technique that had just begun to appear in her body to help her calm down. Then, she looked at the emperor lying on the bed and said, "There are still a few pills that are very deep. It might be very painful in a moment. Does your majesty need to use some chloroform?" Chloroform was the most successful drug Fan Xian and the Third Bureau had made. It was indeed effective when used in surgery. However, Fan Ro's words revealed a shocking truth. Had the emperor not used anesthetics from the start of the operation and allowed the sharp knife to cut into his body? Fan Ruo had used a lot of strength when she used the forceps to remove the steel ball earlier. However, the emperor lying flat on the couch did not even furrow his brows. It was as if he could not feel the pain in his body at all. The Qing emperor slowly opened his eyes and glanced at Fan Ruo. "Continue." His tone was indifferent. It was as if the body being cut open by the knife was not his, as if the life-eating steel balls were not deeply embedded in his bones. Fan Ro nodded slightly. She held the sharp knife tightly and loosely. Lowering her head, she continued her work seriously. Her movements were natural, as if there was not a glimmer of fear. Since the emperor had spoken, she was no longer worried that the emperor would not be able to endure the pain. It was as if under her knife, there was only a wooden man and not a powerful emperor who could kill millions with the flip of his hand. Looking at Fan Ruo's calm expression, the heavily injured emperor narrowed his eyes slightly. He seemed to feel a glimmer of surprise. Calmly, he asked, "Didn't Ji teach you all of this?" Fan Ruo focused on the knife and completely ignored the emperor's question. The deeper meaning in the Qing emperor's eyes grew stronger and stronger. "You don't seem to be afraid of me?" Fan Ruo took out another steel ball and dealt with the remaining iron sand around the wound. Only then did she quietly say, "Your Majesty is a patient. Ruo is just worried that you will not be able to endure this kind of pain and will interfere with the treatment. Don't worry. There were many fierce generals on the battlefield who scraped bones to remove poison." The emperor's gaze dimmed slightly. Slowly, he said, "In my life, the pain I have experienced is much more intense than this." These words referred to the first northern expedition when the meridians in the Qing emperor's body had all been shattered. He had experienced pain and suffering that no human could endure. Fan Ruo did not know about this. She was deep in thought and did not reply. The emperor slowly closed his eyes and indifferently said, "This knife is on my body. Tomorrow, it will be returned tenfold to that eunuch's body." After these words were said, the tip of the knife in Fan Ruo's hand did not tremble, but her body froze slightly. The emperor looked at her calmly and said, "Don't think about pleading for mercy for that eunuch later. It is a great crime for you to have such thoughts. King Jing, that useless piece of trash, Yi Pin, Lady Ning, Hu Shu, Yizhong's daughter accepts Fan Xian as teacher. Gong Jian has always admired that boy, and Yi Chun is also here." The emperor's expression was calm as he looked at her with slightly narrowed eyes. "You are his sister. I am very curious. When did everyone around me become related to that boy?" That was bestowed upon him by the emperor. Fan Ruo finally stopped the surgical knife in her hand and looked calmly at the emperor as the matter involved Fan Xian. "I know what you people are thinking and worried about." Blood seeped out from the emperor's naked upper body. However, this great Grandmaster Emperor did not seem to worry at all about his life slipping away. "I greatly despise this kind of worry. He is my own son. Would he rebel against me for a servant?" The red candle flickered slightly, but the palace lantern remained bright. Fan Ruo gently shook her head and continued to cut and tear at something on this emperor's body. The emperor was only trying to convince himself that loneliness was a terrifying thing, particularly when he discovered that the people around him were more willing to be close to Fan Xian. This made him very uncomfortable. His hatred toward Qin Pingping was mostly because he was under the man's control. He suddenly realized that after all these years, he was still not as good as that woman. In order to prove this point, he hoped that Fan Xian, whom he trusted and doted on the most, could always stand by his side. What kind of emotion was this? Was it probably a need for self-recognition and self-proof? These words should have been the Qing emperor's inner monologue in the book, but I believe that such a man would, at most, be subconsciously influenced a little. He would not allow such weak emotions to form a concrete picture in his mind, so it would not appear. I also did not want to write this as something omniscient and omnipotent, so I explain a little. Today, it is another 9,000 words. The main theme is reaction and signs. From tomorrow onwards, I will probably have to write 4 or 5 chapters in a row. It will be a serious show in the autumn rain, but I'm already tired. Tomorrow, Saturday, and Sunday, I will write less because I have a great deal of distrust in my own abilities, so I have to be more serious and properly continue this story. In the end, I will sincerely call for monthly support from everyone. Although it is an old phrase and has no new ideas, it has an attitude. If I write less, it will still be called. I know I am serious, and everyone can see my seriousness. Chapter 701. The official yamens of the Qing kingdom could all be used to hold prisoners. In Jingdo, there were even more such places. counting from the yamens of the Jingdo government. There were as many as 7 yamens that had the power to hold prisoners in Qing law. The criminals who were truly involved in court politics, as well as those who had committed the most heinous crimes, were often held in the prison of the Ministry of Justice, the walls of the Supreme Court, and the prison of the Overwatch Council. This was what the common people saw as an abyss and the so-called celestial prison that always appeared in books and stories. Ever since the Overwatch Council was built, this special organization directly under the Emperor had played a powerful, sinister, and terrifying role in court politics. High-ranking officials who had been arrested were often imprisoned there. Powerful figures with unique skills were also locked underground for many years. The level of this prison gradually rose above that of the Ministry of Justice and the Supreme Court. It became a true celestial prison. The celestial prison was near the Overwatch Council. If one walked out of the square and sinister building, one only needed to turn a corner to see the 2 heavy metal doors. Within the Overwatch Council, there were secret tunnels that led directly to the celestial prison. One only needed to walk from the large courtyard behind the Overwatch Council and pass through a small door to reach it. Regardless of which direction one entered the Overwatch Council's prison, the first scene one saw was a deep tunnel. The cells responsible for holding important criminals were deep underground and tightly guarded. There was no worry that something like a prisoner rescue would happen. As one went down the tunnel, the air became more and more stagnant, and the lights grew dimmer and dimmer. Although there was good ventilation equipment below, decades of dark and dirty air mixed together. It always gave one a strange feeling of terror and suffocation. Following the tunnel down to the deepest part, one passed through a few layers of common prison cells and arrived at the lowest cells of the Overwatch Council. The security there was the tightest. What was different today was that the expressions of the officials of the 7th Bureau responsible for guarding the Celestial Prison were unusually complicated. Furthermore, the entire prison was filled with aces from outside the council. For example, aces from the Imperial Army, the Dingzhou Army, and the Internal Court. What made one's heart beat faster was that there were 4 strangers wearing straw hats and hemp clothing standing coldly on either side of the path leading to the lowest level. No one knew who these 4 people were, but they could clearly sense the powerful auras flowing through their bodies. These 4 people were sent by the Emperor in the palace. The imperial criminal who assassinated the Emperor, Chun Pingping, was currently locked in the lowest level of the Overwatch Council's prison. Perhaps even this terrifying figure had not thought, when he had set up this prison, that he would one day be locked in here. The Emperor had remanded Chun Pingping to the Overwatch Council and not imprisoned him in the palace or placed him in a corner of the Supreme Court. His intentions were clear. If the Overwatch Council truly pitied him, the old director, and was willing to save him at all costs, then staying in this prison would allow him to see more clearly the thoughts of the officials of the Overwatch Council. If there were enemies in the world, then let them jump out a little earlier, a little higher. From the first day he sat on the throne, the Qing Emperor had acted according to this method, including the siege of Dong Mountain 3 years ago and the Jingdo Rebellion. All of them were like this. This method of self-confidence, to the point of arrogance and paranoia, to the point of inducement, was probably something only the Emperor, a strange creature at the pinnacle of both worlds, would dare to use. However, the Emperor had not expected that the nether fire in the heart of the Overwatch Council would be extinguished by Chun Pingping, who was close to death with one finger. Thus, the tens of thousands of Qing elite troops stationed outside the Overwatch Council were not of use. The aces forcefully stationed in the 7th Bureau's prison watched their surroundings warily. They still had not found any signs of rebellion in the Overwatch Council. The underground was damp and dark, but there were no traces of moss on the stone steps or walls. It looked like the 7th Bureau of the Overwatch Council had taken great care of this place. The light yellow, specially made oil torches were burning outside the cells in the deepest part of the prison, illuminating the netherworldly netherworld clearly. The lowest level only had 2 prison cells. They had been cut from the granite underground. No one knew how deep or thick the walls were. Right in front of the cells was a heavy metal door. Compared to the 2 metal doors at the entrance to the prison, it was not much thinner. This was the most sinister place in the Qin kingdom. Not many people had the right to be locked up here. Counting from the decades since the Overwatch Council had been built, only one person had been locked up in this cell on the deepest level of the netherworld. That person's name was Xiaoen. He had been locked up for decades. Today, Chen Pingping was also locked up here. The metal door to the prison cells was not closed. The light from the fire shone in. One could clearly see all of the arrangements in the cell. There was a bed, a basin of water, and a few other things. It was not as one would imagine, with only weeds, rats, and mud. On the contrary, this cell was very clean. It was just too clean and simple. There wasn't even a cockroach to be seen. Chen Pingping lay on the bed and breathed slowly. His eyes were tightly closed. His grizzled hair fell messily to the side of his face. Although the wound on his chest had long been bandaged and healed by the imperial doctor, he had lost too much blood. It made this old man's face pale. His breathing seemed to be very laborious. Each time he inhaled, it made his somewhat shriveled chest like an aging machine. After struggling a few times, a sound like broken bellows came from his throat. On the long wooden bench outside the cell sat 4 people in order. Yin Bingyun, Zhongwei, the eunuch, and the imperial doctor. These 4 people would continue to watch this old man. They would ensure that he would not die. They would ensure that he would not escape. They would ensure that he would remain in his current state of semi-consciousness and near death. They would endure until the court conference tomorrow, when his crimes would be decided. In front of the royal palace, under the gazes of tens of thousands of people, he would receive the emperor's anger. Yin Bingyun's face was slightly pale. He quietly watched the old man on the bed. No one knew what he was thinking. Zhongwei glanced at him with an indifferent expression. He was not very worried. At this time, the Overwatch Council Celestial Prison was completely under the control of the military. Even if there were any unstable elements within the Overwatch Council, it was impossible to kill their way to the lowest level and rescue Chen Pingping without a leader. Looking at Chen Pingping's dying body, Zhongwei furrowed his brows and felt a glimmer of coldness. The beginning of this matter was because of his fear of Fan Xian. The conclusion of this matter had nothing to do with him. His thoughts were slightly perplexed and stern. He didn't know how long it would take for him to reach the end if he continued down this dark path. Even if he reached the end, would he be like the old cripple in front of him and still be unable to die with a full body? However, Zhongwei had to continue. From the moment the emperor took a liking to him and had him stand against Fan Xian, he could no longer retreat. That was why he had cried out in shock in the palace. He had to make sure that Chen Pingping and the Overwatch Council's crimes were real. Only then could Fan Xian, who would not return to the capital in the future, go crazy because of Chen Pingping's cruel death. All of the civil and military officials in the Qin court were worried that Fan Xian would go crazy. However, Zhongwei hoped that Fan Xian would go crazy. If Fan Xian was truly so cold-hearted and did not care about Chen Pingping's death and the humiliation the Overwatch Council had suffered under imperial power, then he would still be the insufferably arrogant Duke of Donbua, who stood above tens of thousands of people. Such a vicious and cold Duke of Donbua was not an enemy Zhongwei wanted to face. Zhongwei only hoped that Fan Xian was a hot-blooded young official and would not fall out with the emperor because of this matter. Only by standing behind the emperor would he be able to obtain a lifetime of glory, splendor, and wealth. Just as he was deep in thought, Yin Bingyun suddenly opened his mouth and said, "Scholar I wonder who those 4 people outside are." Zhongwei glanced at Yin Bingyun and shook his head. He didn't reply. He knew that he was talking about the 4 mysterious figures in hemp clothing and straw hats. These 4 people held imperial edicts. Their authority was even higher than that of the imperial army. They were responsible for guarding Chen Pingping. No one knew where the royal palace had suddenly found these 4 aces. Zhongwei didn't know either. Looking at Yin Bingyun, he began to think of other things. Back then, the emperor had brought in new blood for the court. The 7 gentlemen had entered the palace and received the emperor's careful instructions. Other than Qin Hung, who had been tragically stabbed to death by the Black Knight's silver-masked Jingu because of his family's rebellion. The other 6 had gradually risen to prominence in court. These young officials were, without question, the emperor's preparations for the future. Of these 6 people, Hizongwei had the highest reputation and status. He was faintly the leader. Looking at Yin Bingyun's frost-like face, scholar, he felt a chill and faint fear in his heart. What he was most afraid of in his life was people like him, people who were good at choosing powerful factions and hiding themselves. Once they needed to act, they were particularly ruthless. Chun Pingping's assassination attempt on the emperor had long been prepared by Yin Bingyun within the Overwatch Council to deal with it. This reality shocked Hizongwei. He realized that this Sir Yin Jr. was also a particularly cold and unfeeling person. Furthermore, it was clear that he knew more about this matter than he did. In other words, the emperor's trust in him was faintly greater than his own. Yin Bingyun did not notice what the popular scholar was thinking. He only looked calmly at the old man in the prison cell with a complicated gaze. The old man had racked his brains and fought for the Qing kingdom all his life. He had spent too much effort. Additionally, he had fought desperately on the battlefield many years ago and suffered countless heavy injuries. Half his body had been paralyzed, and his qi and blood were blocked. All of these things added together made the Qing emperor's foremost strategist grow old particularly quickly. His face, covered in wrinkles and silver hair, appeared particularly old. The life and jinqi in his body had long dried up. In the royal study, the emperor had attacked out of anger. Although he had suffered a heavy blow, he had still controlled his strength. But that blow from a green porcelain cup had already ended Chen Pingping's life. Without needing the imperial doctor to say anything, Yin Bingyun could tell that the old director's lifespan had reached its end. If it weren't for the precious medicine in the palace keeping him alive, the old director would probably bid farewell to this world before the execution field opened. As soon as he thought of this, a trace of sadness that was difficult to be noticed flashed across his eyes. The unconscious Chun Pingping's body suddenly moved. The imperial doctor quickly went forward to take his pulse. After a long time, Chun Pingping opened his eyes with great difficulty and looked around him. It was as if he wanted to confirm where he was first. His dry lips twitched slightly. For some reason, he smiled. Chun Pingping's gaze was very turbid. There was no longer any light in it. He glanced at Yin Bingyun coldly. Yin Bingyun also glanced at him. He was similarly cold. No one knew how much time had passed in the mountains or underground. No one knew how much time had passed, but the oil torches were still burning without regard for their lives. The people in the Overwatch Council's celestial prison, who had not slept all night, all felt a tiredness that was difficult to suppress after surviving the most tense night. Hizongwei rubbed his eyes and unconsciously gazed out the window. He saw a stone wall. Only then did he remember how many feet underground he was. He smiled self-mockingly. The sound of footsteps came from the stone steps behind the prison room. Following these footsteps, the young eunuch announcing the edict came to the outskirts of the prison room. Hizongwei's expression became solemn. The imperial doctor's expression relaxed. The expression of the eunuch waiting there tightened. Yin Bingyun remained expressionless. The people responsible for watching the imperial criminal, Chun Pingping, knew. The time had finally arrived. In the east, the red sun had already leaped out of the clouds and shone warmly on all the buildings in Jingdou. The group of people who had walked out of the celestial prison stood in the morning light. Each of them unconsciously narrowed their eyes. After a tense night, nothing had happened. Regardless of whether it was Hizongwei, Yin Bingyun, or the imperial soldiers responsible for guarding, they all felt extremely tired. Hizongwei gently waved his hand. Under the protection of hundreds of fully armored imperial soldiers, a black carriage stopped at the door of the celestial prison. Chun Pingping, still lying on the stretcher, was lifted up again. Yin Bingyun narrowed his eyes and looked at the brilliant royal palace. He knew that the court conference had already begun. The officials of the various ministries were presumably in Taiji Palace angrily denouncing Chun Pingping's treasonous behavior. The crimes the civil officials had prepared for many years finally had a chance to be placed around that old dog's neck. The imperial criminal Qin Pingping was carried out of the celestial prison and headed toward the path of death. The soldiers around him solemnly and nervously assigned the tasks of guarding. Yin Bingyun and his most trusted Overwatch Council subordinates were at the very back. Then they heard a piece of news. The old servant who had been by Qin Pingping's side for decades and had driven the carriage to take Qin Pingping back to the capital had also been imprisoned in the Overwatch Council's celestial prison last night. Knowing that the master he had served for decades was about to enter the execution field, the old servant slammed his head against the wall and killed himself in the cell. Fresh blood covered the walls. Hearing this news, Yin Bingyun's eyes became slightly wet, but he forced it down. Raising his face, he no longer looked at the royal palace to prevent tears mixed with complicated emotions from flowing down in front of so many people. He raised his head and saw countless rain clouds arrive out of nowhere. They quickly piled up in the sky above Jingdo and completely blocked out the red sun that had just risen. A patch of darkness enveloped the buildings and trees in the city. Another bout of autumn rain was about to fall. Chapter 702. The bleak autumn rain fell naturally. The green trees on either side of Jingdo's streets and alleys had not had time to dye their leaves yellow. They could only helplessly throw down a few fallen leaves to prove the coldness of the autumn rain and the strength of the autumn wind. The rain slowly moistened the earth, but annoyed the commoners who work hard to make a living in the marketplace. They didn't like the waves of coldness their bodies felt. The red walls of the palace did not feel anything. They did not know whether it was cold or warm. They only silently and indifferently welcomed the wash of the rain. The rain drenched the majestic royal palace walls, making the bright red color grow darker and darker. It was like a bloodstain that was about to congeal. The deep palace gate was slowly opened with a creaking sound. The newly repaired brass nails on the big wooden gate were shining brightly. More than 100 officials walked out in a line with complicated expressions. Under the lead of the guards of honor, they walked along the imperial road to the depths of the square and lined up on both sides. These were all officials of the Qin court. They were responsible for all the affairs of the people in this country. In such weather and atmosphere, they could only be silent observers. The eunuch of the eunuch cracked his whip 3 times. Somewhere in the corner tower of the royal palace, there was a faint drumming sound. It made a buzzing and trembling sound and struck the hearts of everyone on the royal palace. The court conference had already ended. There was only one matter dealt with in the court conference. It was deciding on the crimes of the previous director of the Overwatch Council, Qin Pingping. Many Qin commoners gradually walked into the streets and alleys around the royal palace. These commoners wore clothes of different colors and carried different smells of nobility and commoners. Summoned by the drumming in the royal palace, they slowly walked toward the square in front of the palace. More and more people gathered. Gradually, they filled the entire expansive square. They were as dense as ants. Before the sky had even brightened, the Jingdo government and various yamens had begun to beat gongs and drums everywhere. They put up notices to inform all of the people of Jingdo of what would happen today. As long as the tip of the knife did not land on their bodies, these commoners were always interested in watching a show, particularly since everyone knew that the official about to be executed by the emperor was the mysterious and unfathomable director of the Overwatch Council, Qin Pingping. All of the commoners' interest grew even stronger. The Overwatch Council's reputation among the Qin people and officialdom was too resounding. Their image was too sinister and terrifying. Not many people had actually seen the old director in the wheelchair. Everyone surrounded the square. They wanted to see if this figure was truly, as the legend said, with 3 heads and 6 arms, covered in black fog, and like a demon. Particularly since they knew that this demon of the Overwatch Council was not satisfied with the Emperor's punishment and had deranged in the palace to assassinate the wise, martial, and benevolent Emperor of the Qin Kingdom. All of the people felt an anger from the bottom of their hearts. They wanted to see with their own eyes how this evil person would be burned into a puff of black smoke under the light of imperial power. For decades, the Overwatch Council had always been famous for being mysterious and sinister. Although it had always targeted the officialdom of the Qing Kingdom, its actions were ruthless and its methods terrifying. Offending the civil officials meant offending the scholars and officials under heaven, as well as offending the opinions under heaven. Thus, the Overwatch Council's reputation among the people had always been terrible. In the legends of the people, the Overwatch Council was a sinister yamen that ate people without spitting out their bones. It was best at forcing confessions, extorting confessions, and killing people like scything flax. Perhaps the Overwatch Council truly had many methods that could not see the light of day, but how much of Jingdo, the Qing Kingdom, and the people under heaven knew? It was nothing more than a rumor. Although a dazzling Sir Fan Jr. had appeared in the Overwatch Council and slightly diluted some of the Overwatch Council's dark aura, he had only been in charge of council affairs for a short time. It was not enough to change the deeply ingrained impression of the Overwatch Council among the people. After all, there were not many things that the Duke of Donbua, Fan Xian, could change. The admiration and respect the Qing people and scholars had for Fan Xian was mostly concentrated in his personal image that stood in the clouds. Their opinion of the Overwatch Council had not changed much. For the people of Jingdo, the first bureau of the Overwatch Council had a more human atmosphere. However, they still did not have any good feelings toward that square and sinister building. On the contrary, they unconsciously felt a kind of fear. Was the continuation of this fear an unfounded anger? The legendary and terrifying head of darkness, Chun Pingping, was about to die in front of them. All of the people of Jingdo felt a faint glimmer of excitement and agitation. Perhaps this was just an emotion that the people naturally revealed. To be able to see a figure that only existed in legends die tragically in front of them in this life, and to have more topics to talk about after drinking for their boring lives in the future, perhaps it was a good leisure activity. It was just like the spring examination incident a few years ago. At the entrance to the salt market, the heads of the officials of the Ministry of Rights had been chopped off and rolled around on the execution field. They had almost been snatched away by wild dogs. Just this scene filled up the boring hours of countless Jingdo's bitter people and sent down countless cups of murky, low-quality wine. Another example was the Jingdo Rebellion 3 years ago. It had also happened at the entrance to the salt market. Countless generals who participated in the rebellion had been beheaded there. Blood had dyed half the street red. A few days later, the stench of blood still seeped into the air. There was also the commander of the 13 city gate guards, Zhang Deqing. When he was executed by 1,000 cuts, his cries were wretched. During these 3 years, Zhang Deqing's death had enriched the lives of the people of Jingdo under the accompaniment of countless spittle. However, none of the major events that had happened in Jingdo in recent years could compare to what happened today. The person who died was the director of the Overwatch Council, the Emperor's most loyal dog that everyone knew. However, this dog had gone crazy and was about to be slaughtered. Furthermore, the place of execution was not at the entrance to the salt market or the killing field in front of the Ministry of Justice. It was in the square in front of the royal palace. Since the founding of the Qing Kingdom, there was probably only one official who had been publicly executed in front of the royal palace. The people thought of this excitedly. They couldn't help but feel anger in their hearts. Who knew what treasonous things Chun Pingping had done to die in such a place? It wasn't that no one thought of Sir Fan Jr. because of the Overwatch Council. All of the people watching the execution had unconsciously forgotten this. They had never thought that Sir Fan Jr. had any connection to that old dog. They were just common people. They didn't know the entanglements between the people who ruled this land. Even if there were some clever people, they would probably think in a different direction. The Emperor had just handed the Overwatch Council to Sir Fan Jr. and was about to kill the previous director. Was it to help Sir Fan Jr. purge the past resistance and crimes in the Overwatch Council? Countless people surged into the square in front of the palace. Nervousness, indifference, excitement, An unexplainable sorrow wrapped in countless complicated emotions surrounded this small execution field. The surrounding imperial soldiers and bailiffs from the Jingdo government responsible for maintaining order forcefully blocked the tens of millions of people outside the borders, ensuring the silence of the execution field. The people of the Qin kingdom couldn't be blamed. They were used to knowing what they could know, giving up on what they could not know, enjoying what they could enjoy, and being angry at what they were allowed to be angry at. If the emperor wanted to kill an official, regardless of whether or not the official truly deserved it, they had already been taught that if an emperor wanted an official to die, then the official had a reason to die. If his crime deserved to die 10,000 times, they would die 10,000 times. The densely packed crowd was like an ocean, rippling on the flat square in front of the majestic royal palace. The area near the palace gates had been emptied. A simple wooden stage had been set up. This was the so-called execution field. Surrounded by the vast sea of people and the majestic royal palace, the execution field looked like a pitiful, lonely boat. It was as if it could sink at any moment in the sea of people or crash into the unshakable rock of the royal palace and shatter into pieces. Following the empty space below the royal palace, a group walked silently and sternly. They passed the hundreds of Qing officials who unconsciously kept their heads down on both sides of the path. Under the curious and nervous gazes of the Jingdo people not far away, they came to the bottom of the small wooden stage. A stretcher was carried out from the prisoner carriage. On the stretcher lay an old man. He was unconscious. No one knew if he was dead or alive. Zhongwei raised his head and glanced at the top of the royal palace walls. The corners of his eyes twitched slightly. Gently waving his hand, the stretcher was lifted onto the wooden stage. Finally seeing the official who was about to be executed today, seeing this legendary old thief in the darkness, the Jingdo people at the very front sighed with satisfaction and immediately became silent. They looked at the unmoving old man and thought to themselves, "Is this person already dead?" 3 eunuchs walked out of the pitch-black royal palace gates. On the table in the hands of the eunuch on the left-hand side were the crimes the court had decided on. The eunuch on the right-hand side held high an incense table. On the table was the emperor's edict to execute Chun Pingping. The eunuch in the middle with an indifferent expression was Eunuch Yao. He did not come empty-handed. Instead, he held a small bottle. Everything on the wooden stage had been prepared. Chun Pingping's thin and weak body, which seemed to have no breath, was placed on the rain-soaked wooden boards. Eunuch Yao walked to his side and crouched down. With the help of the imperial doctor, he fed him a pill. Then, he carefully fed the soup from the bottle into the old man's dry lips. After an indeterminable amount of time, Chun Pingping slowly woke up from his unconsciousness. He had lost too much blood, and his life was about to be extinguished. His face was very pale, and his eyes were muddy and lifeless. He gazed at Eunuch Yao beside him. His dry lips opened and closed slightly. In a raspy voice, he slowly said, "1,000-year-old ginseng wasted." Eunuch Yao's body trembled, but he didn't say anything or do anything. Instead, he glanced at the old official with a half-crying, half-smiling expression and retreated to the side of the wooden stage with his hunched body. The moment Chun Pingping opened his muddy eyes, Yin Bingyun, who was standing on the execution field behind Zhongwei's left, also trembled. He immediately calmed down and lowered his head weakly. Earlier, with just a glance, he knew how tightly guarded the execution field was. Putting aside the densely packed imperial soldiers all around and the internal court aces scattered all around, just the aces wearing hemp clothes and straw hats made Yin Bingyun know that no one could change anything today. Last night, there were 4 aces wearing straw hats in the Overwatch Council prison. It made Yin Bingyun and Zhongwei feel a glimmer of strangeness. However, they both knew where these sudden aces had come from. Earlier, when the autumn rain had drifted down and the clear light had shone, Yin Bingyun's sharp eyes had noticed that none of the aces had hair under the straw hats. It looked like they were ascetic monks from the Qin temple who had been scattered throughout the world. However, Not long after the great priest of the Qing temple returned from preaching in the southern frontier, he had died a strange death in the Qing temple. The second priest, Great Master Sanshi, had thrown himself into the Juanshang conference and died tragically in a rain of arrows outside Jingdou. He had been silenced by the eldest princess. The emperor had always looked down on Tianyi Dao and the ascetic monks of the Qing temple. Furthermore, the royal family had never had much contact with the Qing temple. Why had the ascetic monks of the temple suddenly appeared together in Jingdou, in front of everyone, and in the execution field where Qin Pingping was about to die? Yan Bingyan lowered his head and thought. It was not until now that he knew that the emperor had not only reached the peak of imperial power and power, but even the Qing temple had become a powerful weapon in his hands. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but sigh faintly in his heart. Suddenly, a mountain-like cry rang out. He immediately raised his head in shock. A wooden frame was erected on the execution field, and Qin Pingping's skinny body was tightly tied to it. The old man's clothes had all been removed, revealing his pale body. Due to his many years of disability, the area below his chest and abdomen looked especially thin and small. In the cold autumn rain, he looked especially desolate and pitiful. The rainwater hit the skinny and lifeless body, then slowly dripped down, returning to the ground. The cry from the square earlier was the Jingdou commoners watching the execution, finally seeing the raised torture rack and the treacherous official tied to the rack. Their cries exploded like a mountain, ringing out in all directions like a wave. However, this shout quickly turned into silence. The first to fall silent were the people closest to the execution field. Then, whispers and discussions spread from the front to the back. It didn't take long before it became a thunderous discussion. It was unknown if there was a deity in the heavens issuing an order, but everyone in the imperial city became quiet at the same time. The place where tens of thousands of people gathered at the same time became deathly silent. It was so quiet that the people at the very back could hear the rustling sound of the straw rope binding Qin Pingping's body and the wooden stake grinding against each other. Not only were these people shocked, but the imperial army, the officials supervising the execution, the eunuchs in the palace, and a small number of Overwatch Council officials all looked at the old man's body on the torture frame with shock. Tens of thousands of gazes were all on the old man's thighs. There was nothing there. The old director of the Overwatch Council, Qin Pingping, whose dark name was known throughout the world, was a eunuch. There was silence. Tens of thousands of gazes and countless emotions. Some were pity, some were disdain, some were shock, and some were loathing. Yan Bingyun's body finally began to tremble uncontrollably. He lowered his head rigidly. His eyes were bloodshot. He didn't know about the old director's hidden illness and secret. He only felt that those gazes were not only cast toward the old man's thighs on the execution field, but also toward him and all the Overwatch Council officials. This was an indescribable humiliation. He clenched his fists tightly, his fingertips digging deep into his palms. He finally understood why the emperor on the imperial city had to carry out the punishment of death by 1,000 cuts in front of everyone. It turned out that the physical torture had to be accompanied by the mental humiliation. The emperor wanted to announce to the world that in his eyes, this figure who dared to betray him was only a servant and a dog. He could humiliate him however he wanted. He wanted to step on Qin Pingping's dignity and the Overwatch Council's dignity under his feet and under the gazes of tens of thousands of people. Understanding all of this, Yan Bingyun's mind buzzed. He raised his head with unusual strength and met the old man's muddy and powerless gaze on the execution field. He didn't say anything or do anything. From the corner of his eyes, he saw that the expressions of the court officials below the execution field were also very shocked. They probably would never have thought that the old director of the Overwatch Council, they normally revered like an ancestor, was the eunuch they looked down on the most. This was Qin Pingping's heartbreaking matter. This was Qin Pingping's secret. Not many people knew of his identity as a eunuch. Most of them had already died. Later, under the emperor's boundless favor and the powerful suppression of the Overwatch Council, no one knew of this reality. That was why these officials showed such a shocked expression. But other than shock, a sliver of disdain appeared on their faces. Human emotions were always this strange. Before the court had sentenced him and they had left the palace to watch the execution, these officials still had a solemn expression on their faces. They still maintained a trace of respect and fear towards Chun Pingping, who was about to die. But now, these emotions had all disappeared. Eunuch Yao accepted the scroll from the eunuch beside him and forced himself not to look at the old man on the rack beside him. In a trembling voice, he began to read out the 13 crimes that the court had decided on regarding Chun Pingping. The autumn rain hit the execution field. Eunuch Yao's heart was also incomparably cold. A kind of sorrow that was difficult to suppress began to rise in his heart. However, he had to continue his work. 1. On the 12th day of the 4th month of the 7th year of the Qin calendar, the traitors secretly sent drugs into the palace and caused chaos in the palace. 2. The traitor repeatedly instigated, using seduction to bewitch the emperor and enticing the princes with benefits, causing me and my son to turn against each other. This is a great rebellion. 3. The traitor used the Hanging Temple to have the head of the 6th Bureau of the Overwatch Council plot to assassinate me. Afterward, he assassinated Commissioner Fan and Jingdo. 4. The traitor colluded with the rebel Qin Yi, stole military crossbows from the palace treasury, and assassinated the imperial envoy in the valley outside Jingdo. 5. The traitor used assassins to enter the palace and assassinate the 3rd prince. The 13 major crimes were the charges drawn up by several major departments yesterday, but the first 7 were personally written by His Majesty. It was precisely because these crimes of Chun Pingping were read out at the court meeting that the ministers knew that the old director had actually committed so many treacherous and heinous evil deeds. Even the scholars Xu and Hu had been prepared to beg for mercy with their lives, couldn't help but shut their mouths with pale expressions. The last 6 crimes had been decided by the 6 departments. They were just crimes of taking land and bullying men and taking women. Compared to the 7 crimes in front, they appeared too common. However, no matter which one of these 13 crimes, it was a road to death. All 13 crimes added together, as Eunuch Yao's voice, forced out by his internal strength, rang out in the square in front of the royal palace and floated into the ears of all the spectators in the autumn wind and rain. The strange silence was immediately broken. Countless buzzing sounds of discussion and angry cursing rose in the sea of people. Originally, there might have been many commoners who had come to watch the execution nervously and with complicated emotions. As these crimes rang out in front of the royal palace, the gazes turned toward Chun Pingping became indifferent. Of course, the emperor was going to execute such a deranged criminal by 1,000 cuts. Kill him. Someone in the crowd took the lead and yelled. Immediately, the crowd became excited. The cries of kill rang through the sky. On the execution field, Chun Pingping's expression was indifferent. The 1,000-year-old ginseng soup had woken him up but could not save his life. It was as if he had seen through everything. There was only calmness in his indifferent and lifeless eyes. The autumn wind and rain were chilling and chilling. His face was pale, and his lips were black. It was as if he could not hear the deafening cries of kill in front of him. He only turned his head with difficulty, as if he wanted to take one last look at the person on the palace walls who had always been victorious and always victorious. As if feeling his thoughts, the wooden frame turned slightly, giving his muddy gaze the opportunity to see the royal palace. On the tall palace walls, the Qing emperor, wearing a black and gold dragon robe, stood alone under the eaves, right in the center. There was no one beside him. The eunuchs and serving girls had all been chased far away. The 3rd prince, who had been forcefully brought here by the edict to watch, was looking at his father's expression from a distance with a pale face. The emperor stood very high and far away. His figure was very small. However, in Chun Pingping's muddy eyes, he was still very clear. The lonely emperor looked indifferently at his old comrade, surrounded by a sea of people on the execution field. There was not a glimmer of emotion in his eyes. However, This kind of indifference was more terrifying than hatred and made one's hair stand on end. Most of the steel balls in his body had been taken out last night. However, the knife wounds on his body were still bleeding and hurting. The blood stained the black and gold dragon robe, but nothing could be seen. The Emperor's face was only slightly pale. There was no sign of pain. However, he looked at the wretched-looking old comrade at his feet and had the desire to make him feel even more pain. The Emperor nodded gently. The third prince, who was about 100 feet away from him, had his hands on the wall of the palace. His face was pale, and he subconsciously tightened his grip on the wall. After a long time, the third prince called out in a trembling voice, "Execute." This yell forced Li Chengze, a young man who had been cold and ruthless since childhood, to the verge of tears. He knew why his father had him yell this. The yell on the palace walls stopped. Eunuch Yao began to read the last edict. It was the edict the Emperor had personally written last night. "I have known you for decades and have entrusted you with many responsibilities. However, you have deeply betrayed my heart. It is very painful, very painful. For all kinds of crimes, the 3 departments will jointly investigate. Death by 1,000 cuts. I do not hesitate. According to the law, family members over 16 will be beheaded, and those under 15 will be enslaved. Today, the crimes are only limited to you, and the rest will not be questioned." The edict spread clearly through every inch of the royal palace, every drop of rain, every wisp of autumn wind. It was indifferent and resolute. The Emperor did not mention the crimes. He only said that his heart had been betrayed and that he did not care about the pain. He did not show mercy outside the law and did not blame the eunuch's family. The deep pain made one's heart palpitate and their emotions dim. These hypocritical words landed in Chun Pingping's ears. He only smiled slightly and allowed the rain to seep into his dry lips. He lowered his head and no longer looked at the Emperor on the palace walls. The execution began. The fishing net tightly covered Chun Pingping's thin body. With great difficulty, he used the mesh to protrude the skin and flesh on his torso. A small, specially made knife trembled as it fell down and slowly cut down, separating this piece of flesh from the old man's body. This was the first cut. A mountainous cheer came from below the execution field. The blade of the knife left the mesh. A piece of flesh fell to the ground and was immediately picked up by an official of the Ministry of Justice. Strangely, the wound in the eye of the net was somewhat pale and dry, but not much blood flowed out. It was as if the blood in this thin and weak traitor's body had already flowed out, and his essence blood had long been sacrificed for something. The executioner holding the knife was an old official of the Ministry of Justice. Although he had already drunk 2 jars of strong alcohol, he still could not stop his hands from trembling. He felt that the thin, old man under his knife was different from the officials he had encountered before. There was no blood in the other person's body. The other person had no flesh. It was as if there was only a wisp of a ghost in the other person's body. It was so cold that he couldn't help but tremble. The second cut came down. The flesh was separated. A few faint threads of blood flowed on the fishing net. Another wave of cheers sounded. There were still hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands of cuts. Chun Pingping closed his eyes tightly. His face was deathly pale, his lips tightly pressed together, and his entire body trembled. It was as if he was enjoying this pain that no human could endure. He suddenly opened his eyes slowly and looked at the executioner in front of him. Panting, he said, "Your technique is a bit lacking." The executioner had never seen such a person in his life. He had already transcended the so-called toughness. There was only indifference to life, to his own life, and to pain. Perhaps there was something in this old man's body that surpassed pain. His hand trembled again, and he almost dropped the knife onto the wooden platform soaked by the autumn rain. Another cut, and another cut. Waves of cheers rose and fell. However, these cheers gradually grew smaller and finally returned to silence. All the officials and people watching the execution closed their mouths and looked with complicated emotions at the old man being tortured. There were no wretched howls, no sorrowful wails, no pleas for mercy, no pleas for death, no random curses. The old man on the execution field in the autumn rain was only silent, deathly silent. So everyone in the royal palace was silent, involuntarily silent, deathly silent. Chapter 703. A few days ago, the last remnants of summer heat still lingered on this land. The first autumn rain had not had time to fall. Only in the morning and dusk did the wind, under the dim sun, have a clear sense of autumn. It passed through the hills, forests, and fields and blew. At that time, Fancien did not have much of a melancholy mood. He sat in the long black line of carriages and grew sleepy with the rise and fall of the carriage. This sleep was fake sleep. He only closed his eyes and opened his mind, allowing the two completely different jinshi in his body to quietly nourish and flow through the two circulations of his body. Tianyi Dao's natural jinshi method was channeled into Zhou Tian. It was gentle and pure, and he had to read it. What he truly relied on, that powerful tyrannical jinshi, moved through every part of his body, strengthening his body and hammering his mind. The contents of the little booklet Sigu Jian had given him before he died were also firmly remembered by Fancien. On the way west to the capital, while he continued to temper his cultivation, he also tried to continue following the mysterious instructions in the little booklet. He opened his mind and sensed the yuan-chi fluctuations that might or might not exist in the surrounding air. Perhaps it was because he was tired from the journey, or because there was too much spiritual energy gathered on the shores of the East Sea. Fancien did not make much progress along the way. However, the speed at which he moved his mind and sensed the changes in the outside world increased greatly. There was not a day that he did not meditate and not a moment that he did not cultivate bitterly. This was probably the true reason why Fancien had the strength and status he had today. A gust of wind blew into the curtain of the carriage and made him narrow his eyes slightly. For some reason, his heart trembled slightly and felt a chill. It was as if he felt that something was about to happen in the world, something that was destined to affect him. What could it be? He narrowed his eyes and looked at the dusky mountains outside. Slowly dissipating the jinshi in his body, he pulled his mind back from his surroundings. The Dongi matter had basically been settled. His father had left Tin Family Village and returned to Danzhou. Jingdo was calm. Chen Pingping, that old cripple, should also be on his way home. Everything was proceeding according to the beautiful path that Fancien hoped for. Why did he have such an ominous feeling? Fancien's delicate and pretty brows furrowed slightly. After leaving Dongi, the only thing that Fancien felt strange was the ambushes of the volunteer armies of the vassal states along the way. Although these hot-blooded people had come to assassinate a powerful official of the Qin kingdom with the intent to die, the defenses around Fancien were too strong. Additionally, the Great Prince had sent out a group of 1,000 people as guards. After a few days of attacks, the volunteer armies only left behind bodies and hot-blooded people before dispersing. What made Fancien wary was that the route of his return to the capital from Dongi was very secretive. Even if someone found it in Dongi, they would still need to know. If they wanted to, they would have these attacks and needed to set a powerful intelligence network. His heart jumped. He came to a cold conclusion. Someone within the Overwatch Council was sending intelligence reports to the volunteer army of Dongi's vassal countries. This matter had begun after he had set a date to leave Dongi. It looked like there were some powers in Jingdo who wanted to stop him from returning to the capital. More accurately, they only wanted to delay Fancien's return. What would happen in Jingdo? What matter had to do with him that they were determined not to let him return to Jingdo before it was over? Fancien's gaze grew cold. His body also grew cold. Unconsciously, he tightened the thin cloak around his body. There were only two people who could cause problems to appear within the Overwatch Council. One was the Emperor, and the other was Chen Pingping. Only these two people could delay his return to the capital. Without asking, he knew that what happened in Jingdo must have something to do with the Emperor and Chen Pingping. Fan Xian withdrew his gaze from the scenery outside the carriage window. He was silent for a moment. Then, under the pressure of his powerful worry, he made up his mind. To Mu Feng, who was riding beside the carriage, he ordered, "Change the formation. Use the vanguard to open the way. Along the way, don't delay with those people. Use the fastest speed to get back to Yanjing." Mu Feng's heart jumped. He thought to himself that if they forcefully charged all the way back, many people would probably die. The drawback of speed was injuries. He glanced at Sir Fan Jr. and knew that he must have smelled something strange, which was why he was in a hurry to get back to Jingdo. He didn't dare to ask. He quickly gave the order to advance at full speed to the long group returning to the capital. The sound of horse hooves was like thunder, and the sound of carriages was like metal. Just like this, they sped along the main road from Dongyi to the Qin Kingdom. After traveling for less than an hour, the entire group suddenly slowed down. A warning arrow rang out in front of them. These days, the group escorting Sir Fan Jr. was used to ambushes and ambushes everywhere, so it was not very shaken. However, the warning arrow was strange. It only rang out once and then stopped. Immediately after, a loud cry endlessly rang out from the front and back of the group, "Safe." The Overwatch Council's cries for safe were short and quick. They were afraid that their colleagues behind them would accidentally injure the messenger. The messenger was too fast. It was so fast that the defense of the entire group could only glance at the token and not do anything else. Safe. When the last cry rang out beside Fan Xian's black carriage, a light gray figure also flew like a bolt of lightning to the side of the carriage. The group of carriages stretched on for a long time. This person's lightness was about the same as the speed at which an Overwatch Council official sent a message. It was truly shocking. As the leader of Fan Xian's personal guards, Mu Feng held the hilt of his knife warily and looked at the travel-worn and haggard Overwatch Council official who had just landed beside the carriage. This official's face looked unfamiliar, so Mu Feng did not dare be careless. However, when he saw the token the official had been holding high in his right hand, his heart jumped. He made no move to stop him from entering the carriage. The Overwatch Council official, whose clothes had been torn beyond recognition, burrowed into Fan Xian's carriage and directly knelt down. In a raspy voice, he said, "Director Chun has returned to the capital. It is unknown whether he is dead or alive." When this official's lightning-like and wind-like figure appeared beside the carriage, Fan Xian's eyes lit up. They grew brighter and brighter. He saw who the official with such swift movements was. It was the one he had missed for many years, the one he had been closest to in the past. Lao Wang. Watching the official enter the carriage, the light in Fan Xian's eyes gradually grew brighter and brighter. He laughed loudly. However, the laughter suddenly stopped because he heard what Wang Qinian said. The light and joy in Fan Xian's eyes quickly froze and became a ball of burning ice. It was terrifyingly cold and terrifyingly hot. Straightforwardly, he asked, "From where? When?" Wang Qinian's chest rose and fell rapidly. As one of the two wings of the Overwatch Council, he had come from not far outside Dazhou, toward the northeast. He had not rested for a long time and was completely relying on the breath in his heart to support his exhausted body. Now that he had finally seen Fan Xian, he was almost unable to hold on. However, he knew that the question Fan Xian was asking concerned when the old director would arrive in Jingdo and how much time Fan Xian had left. Thus, he gave the answer straightforwardly. Fan Xian sat silently in the chair and closed his eyes. He then opened them. He had already calculated the approximate date Chun Pingping would be escorted back to the capital, as well as the time he would need to rush from this place to Yanjing and then back to Jingdo. Would he not make in time? The ball of cold fire in Fan Xian's eyes grew stronger and stronger. He looked at Wang Qinian kneeling in front of him and didn't say a word. The glimmer of joy from their long separation earlier was covered by a powerful resentment. Fan Xian had personally arranged the guards for Chun Pingping's return. Under the watch of the Overwatch Council, how could they be taken back by the Emperor? Fan Xian had no idea that everything that had happened in Dazhou was only because Chun Pingping wanted to return to the capital. He wanted to go back and ask the emperor a few questions. Time was pressing. It was as if the mountain fire had already reached his eyebrows. With a cold expression, Fan Xian said to Mu Feng, by the carriage window, "All troops return to Dongyi. Tell the great prince, unless he has a personally written letter from me, never come back." From knowing that Chun Pingping was returning to Jingdou to Fan Xian giving his first order, it had only taken a moment. Fan Xian's first priority was to deal with the problem of this large group. Following that, he had to guard against the great prince, who currently had over 10,000 soldiers in Dongyi, to see if there would be any problems. After giving the order, the people below him would be responsible for carrying it out. Fan Xian did not say another word. He took out a bag of clean water from the compartment of the luxurious black carriage and tied it to his waist. He then rose and took a deep breath. The black carriage suddenly disintegrated. The wooden wall in front of it that was not covered in steel was instantly shattered into splinters. A black figure swept out of the carriage like a bolt of black lightning. The tip of his foot pushed off the horse's head. His entire body shot forward diagonally. A tearing sound rang through the air. Fan Xian treasured every minute and second. The tyrannical Jinqi in his body had been raised to its peak. The magic he had just comprehended also helped his body become more like a bird in the air. Using the flow of the air to speed forward, he turned his body into a black shadow. Like a bolt of lightning, the tip of his foot stepped on the heads of the Overwatch Council officials and floated away. In an instant, he was at the very front of the group. This was probably the ultimate speed Fan Xian could display. In midair, he kicked the general the great prince had sent off his horse and snatched the best warhorse in the group. Immediately after, his fingers swiped across and a clean steel needle pierced into the neck of the warhorse. With a flick of his finger, he removed the warhorse's mouth and fed it in a fedra pill. In this short amount of time, the Black Knight's horse-stimulating technique was miraculously demonstrated by him. Standing on the horse, Fan Xian gave a muffled grunt. The horse shot out like an arrow and broke away from the main group. In an instant, it became a little black dot on the road. In just a few hours, it disappeared from everyone's sight. Everyone looked at this scene with their mouths agape. While they were shocked by the little duke's powerful cultivation, they were also extremely puzzled. What had happened in front of them that made the little duke so anxious? Mu Feng had received Fan Xian's order, but he did not understand it. Why did they have to return to Dongyi? He unconsciously glanced into the carriage. He had already guessed who the unfamiliar official with the highest ranking token of the Qinian unit was. Sir Wang Qinian was a legendary figure in the Overwatch Council. Mu Feng wanted to find out from his mouth what had happened in Jingdou. When he pulled open the wooden plank, he found that Sir Wang Qinian had already used up all his strength and had fainted in the plank. It had only taken 4 days to travel from Dazhou to here. This was already a speed no human could achieve, yet Wang Qinian had done it. Mu Feng looked at this scene with shock and fear. Unconsciously, he raised his head and gazed in the direction Sir Fan Jr. had disappeared. He vaguely guessed that this was probably a relay race. Perhaps this was a race against the god of death. The icy and powerful autumn wind whizzed across Fan Xian's face like knives. The cold fire in his eyes had already faded. In its place was a frightening calm. He knew what he needed and what the old cripple in Jingdou needed. It was time, only time. He could not understand, nor did he need to understand, why everything, which seemed to be developing in a perfect direction, would suddenly take a sharp turn in Dazhou. He only knew that if the old cripple had returned to Jingdou, it must be because of that matter in the past. The old cripple was going to die. Time was still time, only time. It burned Fan Xian's heart like a mountain fire. It washed against his heart like fine sand in an hourglass. Under the stimulation of the medicine, the warhorse's hooves were like clouds. Its breath was like thunder. Under the stimulation of the medicine, it maintained its fastest speed as it galloped along the road through the woods. It pierced through the mountains and broke through the fog. Through the night, it rode a chaotic stream and moon until it reached Yanjing. For the entire night, Fan Xian did not dismount or slow down. Other than the water pouch at his waist to replenish some water for him and the horse, he did not do anything else. It was a long journey. It would take hours to reach Jingdo, so he needed more energy. The sky had just begun to brighten. Yanjing was already in front of him. In just one night, he had rushed back into the Qing Kingdom's territory. Fan Xian was already putting his life on the line. His speed was unbelievably fast. Even the volunteer soldiers lying in ambush on the last stretch of road had no way to react. They could only watch the dust on the road as a lone black rider galloped forward bravely. Fan Xian had to treasure every second, so he would not enter Yanjing. Regardless of whether or not Yanjing had received any secret orders from the emperor, he would not take this risk. He would not waste any time. The moment the majestic city came into view, he hooked one foot into the stirrup and took out the arrow of command from his clothes. Circulating the jinqi in his palm, he pointed it toward the sky. With a bang, a beautiful firework pierced through the quiet morning outside the majestic city of Yanjing. The faint crescent moon in the distance was overshadowed by this firework. The rising sun in the east did not have the time to chase after this fleeting ray of light. Most of the people in Yanjing were still sleeping soundly. However, this was, after all, an important pass between northern Qi and Dongyi. The soldiers guarding the city reacted quickly. At the first instant, they sounded the warning gongs and drums in the corner tower at the top of the city walls. In an instant, the Qing soldiers on the city walls gathered together. Holding their weapons tightly, they looked at the war horse and the person on it charging toward them. When Fan Xian approached Yanjing, he could clearly see the weapons in the hands of the soldiers on the city walls reflecting the morning light. However, there was not a trace of emotion on his face. His heart did not move at all. He only pulled hard on the reins of the horse and forcefully changed direction as it galloped. Following the direction of Yanjing's old and thick city walls, he headed east. The soldiers on the city walls watched this scene with wide eyes and open mouths. Immediately after, a wave of murderous horse hooves rang out like thunder. The temporary camp outside Yanjing was in a state of restlessness. At the same time Fan Xian turned east, the 500 black armored riders in the camp had already made their preparations to attack. They charged out of the camp and met up with Fan Xian outside Yanjing's east city gate. The 500 black knights were within the Qing Kingdom's borders preparing to receive Fan Xian back to the capital. In the early morning, they saw the signal arrow that symbolized the Overwatch Council's most urgent order. In the shortest time possible, they reacted and came to receive Fan Xian. Fan Xian's speed did not decrease. He merged with the black torrent. His figure could no longer be seen. There was only the sweeping power of a dark cloud. Without any orders or words, Fan Xian's figure lightened. He abandoned the war horse that had galloped for an entire night and floated onto the horse of the deputy commander of the Black Knights beside him. The deputy commander had long leaped onto another empty war horse. The changing of horses was completed at a high speed. There were no obstructions. The Black Knight's riding skills were unparalleled in the world. The rumors were indeed true. However, the Black Knight soldiers looked at the director's worried and cold expression. No one asked a question. They knew that something big had happened. Thus, they silently and valiantly followed Fan Xian's arrow and charged toward the plains in the east. With a sorrowful cry, the war horse that had accompanied Fan Xian all night foamed at the mouth and fell to the ground, sending up dust. Its forelegs twitched slightly as it died from exhaustion. In just an instant, all 500 Black Knights disappeared from the plains below Yanjing, leaving behind only this war horse and a cloud of dust. The guards on the walls of Yanjing stared dumbfoundedly at the miraculous scene in front of them and couldn't speak for a long time. Of course, they knew the power of the Black Knights. However, after seeing it with their own eyes, they were still shocked, speechless. Particularly, who exactly was that lone rider who had come first? When Yanjing Master Wang Zhikuan learned of everything that had happened in the morning, worry appeared in his eyes. He ordered the entire army to be on guard and seal off the Qing Kingdom, northern Qi, and Dongyi borders. the Black Knights who had brought him endless confusion and shock. The Duke who had led the Black Knights to charge through the city had long left the boundaries of Yinjing and stepped onto the true path back to the capital. They passed through province after province, encountering and breaking through obstacles along the way. They didn't waste a word with any of the local officials. They treated any of the Qing laws regarding the movement of troops as nonsense. Under Fan Xian's lead, the valiant 500 Black Knights reached Jingdo as quickly as possible. This was already a matter of a few days later. During these few days, the wild charge of the Black Knights had shocked countless officials and commoners. No one knew what kind of legend it would leave in the history of the Qing kingdom. The Black Knights' thousandly surprise attack was the best in the world. However, in the past, this steel-like force of the Netherworld had only charged bravely outside the country for the benefit of the Qing kingdom and the emperor. This surprise attack in the 10th year of the Qing calendar was sweeping across the fertile lands of the Qing kingdom. In the autumn rain, the Li Pavilion outside Jingdo suddenly trembled. A group of riders like Black Iron and Black Clouds whizzed past, kicking up a cloud of dust and leaves. Jingdo was right in front of him. Fan Xian, in the middle of the Black Knights, was already exhausted to the most difficult moment. He had not rested or slept for many days and nights. He had not eaten. He only relied on clean water to support his exhaustion. Only the cold fire in his eyes and heart stimulated the muscles of his body, keeping him from falling. He had to hurry back. He had to stop everything that was about to happen. You have to wait for me. There was a layer of sand on the outside of Fan Xian's black official robes. His face was also covered in dirt. Even his eyelashes were smeared with a layer. His lips were dry, and his eyes were frighteningly bright. The rain the day before had made this group of Black Knights appear unusually wretched. Even with the Black Knight's abilities, there were still people who could not keep up with Fan Xian's speed in this surprise attack through the heart of the Qing kingdom and fell out of the group. If Fan Xian had not completely exploded out with his powerful cultivation, he would not have been able to support such a terrifying speed. In the rain the day before, there were finally war horses that could not hold out any longer. No matter how much medicine they used, they could not move forward. Fan Xian had changed horses 10 times among the Black Knights and could not find any more. So, he had robbed a merchant group on the road and taken 30 horses. At Fan Xian's side, there were still 20 or so Black Knights. It was such a small group that made the ground outside of Jingdo tremble. It was like there was an irresistible army closing in on the heart of the Qing kingdom. The Black Knights came to Jingdo and charged straight for Zhengyang Gate. The Jingdo city gates were tightly shut. All of the defensive powers had been raised to the highest level. The soldiers of the 13 city gate guards and the riders of the Jingdo garrison were solemnly watching everything outside Jingdo. However, these dozens of Black Knights had come too quickly and decisively. They were so fast that the Jingdo garrison had no time to react before they arrived at Zhengyang Gate. When they were about 500 feet away from Zhengyang Gate, Fan Xian wiped away the dirty rainwater on his face. His horse did not slow. He shouted at the generals on Zhengyang Gate in a stern voice, "Open the gate. I am Fan Xian." Sir Fan Jr. had returned. The faces of the generals and officials on the city walls all paled. They knew what was happening in front of the royal palace in Jingdo. However, these generals had been ordered to defend the city because the palace was worried about whether or not the Overwatch Council would implicate the other powers in court. No one had thought that Sir Fan Jr. would suddenly appear at Zhengyang Gate in Jingdo. Regardless of whether it was the Qing Emperor, who used coldness to suppress his rage, or Chun Pingping, who had done everything he could to stop Fan Xian from returning to the capital, none of them would have thought that Fan Xian would rush back to Jingdo. The last time the Qing court knew of Fan Xian, he was still far outside the country and on his way back to Jingdo from Dongyi. Even if he flew, he probably wouldn't be able to make it back in time. However, what no one could believe was that Fan Xian had rushed back. Defend the city gates to the death. Archers, get ready. The commander of Zhengyang Gate was the first to react. The order he had received was to close the Jingdo city gates and forbid entry and exit. With a trembling voice, he looked at the 20 or so black knights coming closer and closer. It was like he was looking at an army about to attack the city. With a pale face, he gave the order. Even if Sir Fan Jr. had rushed back, he could not be allowed to enter the capital today, particularly today. Sir Fan Jr., today, the commander of Zhengyang Gate wanted to explain something to Fan Xian on his horse, but Fan Xian did not have the time to listen to his explanation. The warhorse beneath him did not slow. His gaze swept across the walls of Zhengyang Gate and saw the soldiers waiting in formation. His heart tightened. He knew that even though he had rushed back to Jingdo with all his might, he was still too late. On the horse, Fan Xian's eyes exploded with a cold light. He stared fixedly at the soldiers on the top of the city walls until they all timidly withdrew their gazes. The Black Knights came closer and closer to the city gates. Fan Xian raised his right hand and then chopped down forcefully. The 20 or so Black Knights behind him formed a triangular formation and slowed down, staying out of the range of the archers on the top of the city walls. The hearts of the people on the Jingdo city walls relaxed. Although the 20 or so Black Knights had a threatening aura, these people could not break through the city walls. However, if they actually faced the Black Knights head-on, who knew what would happen in the future? As long as the Black Knights stopped and did not attack forcefully, it would be good. However, Fan Xian did not slow down. He continued to charge in the direction of Zhengyang Gate. The 20 or so Black Knights behind him calmly took out the crossbows on their backs. Bang! 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 A concentrated sound rang out. The crossbows suddenly fired and shot grappling hooks toward the top of the city walls. With a clang, they firmly latched onto the bricks of the city walls. A dozen black hooks formed a bridge above and below the city walls like a net, a bridge that crossed life and death. These were hooks that the Third Bureau had developed many years ago. When Fan Xian had gone to northern Qi as a diplomatic envoy, the council had urged him to use them. However, Fan Xian had his own life-saving tricks, so he had not used them. However, he had to save all his time and forcefully break through the city walls. Fan Xian had long made preparations. He rode alone to the foot of Zhengyang Gate. As the autumn rain above his head gathered slightly, the black hooks flashed through the sky like countless shadows. Fan Xian gave a muffled grunt and forcefully suppressed the restlessness of his Jinshi brought about by exhaustion and exhaustion. Tyrannical Jinshi was released abruptly. Stepping onto the horse's back, he relied on the subtle feeling of the surrounding air flow to fly straight up. With a boom, his power was like a clap of thunder. Like a large black bird, he flew higher and higher in front of Jingdo's sinister city gates. Cut the rope! Cut the rope! The commander of Zhengyang Gate yelled at the top of his lungs. He didn't dare have the soldiers shoot at the black figure, because he didn't know if he would be executed by the emperor and his entire family if he killed Sir Fan Jr. The commander of Zhengyang Gate was afraid, but Fan Xian was not. With an explosive roar, he forcefully raised the Jinshi in his body again. His fingertips touched the black hooks. His entire body floated up like a wisp of black smoke. Following the hooks, he swept toward the top of the city walls. One hook was cut through, and there was another. When a dozen hooks had been cut through at full speed by the soldiers of the 13 city gate guards, Fan Xian, covered in dust and exhausted, had already swept to the top of the city gates. There was a sharp flash of light. The Wei Emperor's sword he had always carried on his back was unsheathed. The tip of the sword pierced through the throat of the commander of Zhengyang Gate. Fresh blood sprayed out. Suddenly it swept back. The commander collapsed to the ground. Fan Xian swept past his body like a gust of wind. Using the price of 3 shallow wounds on his body, he broke through the valiant Qing army's defense on the city walls and flew down the long stone steps. The sword light flashed again. He immediately killed 3 people and stole a horse. Squeezing his legs, he followed the straight path in the direction of the royal palace. Fast. All of this could only be described as fast. It was faster than when he had dodged Wu Zhu's wooden stick on the cliff in Danzhou. It was faster than when he had broken into the royal palace and fiercely subdued the Empress Dowager. From a moment he learned of this news to now killing his way into Jingdo, Fan Xian had already displayed abilities that surpassed his realm. The fear in his heart made him unprecedentedly valiant and cold-blooded. Fresh blood was on his sword and body, but his expression did not change at all. He felt an unprecedented fear and panic in his heart. Looking at the situation in Jingdo, that person who should be waiting for him would probably not be able to wait for him. You have to wait for me. Fan Xian repeated it again in his heart. He allowed the autumn rain to hit his dust-covered face as he sped like crazy toward the royal palace. The royal palace was near, and the autumn rain was heavy. There were not many people on the streets. Where the people gathered, Fan Xian thought with some confusion and fear. Then he heard waves of cheers and then silence. A death-like silence. The people in Jingdo could not hear the silence. Only Fan Xian could hear it. He heard it with great fear. The people in Jingdo only heard the sound of hooves in the silence. Clop, clop, clop. The people only heard the sound of hooves in the silence. Then they saw the black knight charging like lightning. They saw the tattered and dirty black official's robes in the autumn rain and the stern and murderous face of the person on the horse. The people watching the execution on the square in front of the royal palace suddenly became restless. Cries of surprise and wretched cries rang out at almost the same time. The ripples at the back of the sea of people were chaotic. Countless people were trampled and injured. The lone rider did not slow down at all. Instead, he charged directly and coldly toward the densely packed crowd. Those who could dodge did so. Those who could not were sent flying by the horse. In the autumn rain, the horse's hooves were unusually cold-blooded. The sea of people parted under the fear of death. They squeezed to the side with all their might, opening up a path that led directly to the small execution field below the royal palace for the rider. The imperial soldiers closed in. Their long spears were like a forest, pointing directly at the rider. Fan Xian flew up silently and passed through the forest of spears. In midair, his sword was already in his hand. Like lightning, he slashed out horizontally. With a number of swishing sounds, he sliced through a number of long swords and knocked down a few internal court guards. He had already swept into the air above the execution field. No matter what he did, Fan Xian's eyes remained fixed on the small wooden platform. He looked at the bloody, dying old man tied to the wooden frame. Fan Xian's gaze grew colder and more resentful. Then he heard the wind coming from all around him. Countless hemp-clothed shadows swept up and circled in the autumn rain like flying flowers, sealing off all of Fan Xian's paths. Fan Xian did not retreat or dodge. He received 3 palms on his chest and back. His sword also stabbed ruthlessly into the face of a hemp-clothed man, piercing viciously into his eye. Fresh blood and eye fluid spurted out at the same time and mixed with the rain. He roared wildly and slapped out with his left hand. It was very tyrannical. There was only the sound of his wrist bones cracking. The hemp-clothed man on his left was shaken until blood flowed from his nose, mouth, and mouth. With a slap, Fan Xian's feet finally stood on the wet wooden platform. He had paid a great price. The injuries in his body exploded out, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. He did not care. He only stared in a daze at the old man on the wooden frame, the old man who had been cut countless times and exposed to the eyes of the people to receive endless humiliation. With just one glance, Fan Xian knew that he had returned too late. He had no way of letting the other person continue to live. His dry lips opened slightly. He wanted to say something, but he couldn't say anything. The autumn rain fell and landed on the bodies of the old man and the young man on the wooden platform. There was a deathly silence all around. All of the imperial army, internal court aces, and powerful ascetic monks of the Qing temple surrounded the wooden platform tightly. Under the suppression of Fan Xian's powerful killing intent and suicidal methods earlier, everyone's bodies were stiff. No one could take a step forward. Fan Xian walked forward with great difficulty. Pulling off the ropes, he held Chen Pingping's thin body in his arms. He took off his black Overwatch council robe, which was covered in mud and holes, and covered his body. Chun Pingping opened his eyes with great difficulty. His old, muddy, and messy eyes shone with a pure light. He was like a child. The old man was like a child curled up in Fan Xian's arms. It was as if he was afraid of the cold. I came back too late. Fan Xian held the thin body and felt the old man's warmth slowly ebbing away. His heart was filled with an unprecedented sense of defeat, despair, and sadness. A hopeless and helpless struggle is perhaps a kind of tragic beauty. Yesterday, I said that I loved Chun Pingping. In reality, I have never loved Fan Xian. I will explain this to everyone in detail in the future. However, Fan Xian today is the day I love the most in his life. Sadly, it is also the last day he and Chun Pingping will be together. I wrote based on my emotions and moved with it, whether it was happy or sad. I wanted to say that I would write less these days, but I couldn't stop my fingers. This is probably the time I have been most invested in these days. This kind of feeling is rare. I should treasure it. You're tuning in to the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.